A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Mother, is Maxwell House the best coffee in the whole world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Look for that familiar blue Maxwell House tin, featured in stores everywhere at lower prices, the lowest prices in months. Enjoy coffee that's always good to the last drop. Heap high the board with plenteous cheer, and gather to the feast, and toast the sturdy Pilgrim band whose courage never ceased. You know, the Pilgrims started the custom of Thanksgiving. But there are others whose trials and tribulations on an average Thanksgiving day bear inspection and a certain amount of sympathy. Take, for example, the Andersons, who live in Springfield in a white frame house on Maple Street. They count their blessings and give their thanks. But with 3 children in the house, even a simple rite like Thanksgiving can be a pretty complicated affair, like this.
Mother!
We're in the den, Betty.
Is it all right if I borrow your earrings?
Betty! If you have anything to ask your mother, come down here and ask her.
Jumping creepers.
Sounds like she was reared in a barn. Stands up there screaming her head off.
Jim, Kathy is waiting to read her poem.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kathy. Go ahead.
Yes, Daddy.
Go ahead, dear.
Well, now what are you waiting for?
I have to be introduced.
Pardon me. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the competition in the 4th grade, Miss Kathleen Anderson. Is that better?
Now you have to applaud.
Okay, we applaud.
Thank you.
What a ham. Has to get her applause before she reads the poem.
Jim.
Doesn't want to take any chances.
All right, dear. Anytime you're ready.
Yes, Mommy. Thanksgiving Day by Kathleen Joy Anderson, 4th grade. Thanksgiving is a lucky day.
Wait a minute. What was that name?
The name?
Your name. Say it again.
Kathleen Joy Anderson.
Where did the joy come from? Your name is Kathleen Louise Anderson.
But I don't like Louise.
You what?
Jim, Kathy and I talked it all over.
My mother's name is Louise, and if it's good enough for my mother, it's good enough for her.
It's only a middle name, dear, and if she doesn't like it...
Why shouldn't she like it? What's wrong with it?
Nothing, Jim, but it's her name.
You're darn right it's her name. She's not going to change it. Now, go ahead.
Mommy?
Go ahead, dear.
Gee whiz.
My grandmother and her mother were named Louise. There's no reason why she should want to change it. Well?
What?
Read the poem.
Yes, Daddy. Thanksgiving Day by Kathleen Louise Anderson.
That's more like it.
4th grade.
That's much better.
Jim, please.
All right, Kathy, go ahead.
Thanksgiving is a lucky day for all the girls and boys. It isn't just like Christmas when your parents give you toys. It isn't even like Easter when you get an Easter bunny. Or even like your birthday when your uncle sends you money.
What?
Jim.
When did her uncle ever send her money? Or anything else?
Kathy.
She's 9 years old. He's never sent her a button. Gives her money. He's so tight he can't even sit down.
Jim Anderson, I know you don't like him, but he's been very good to my sister, and if Kathy needs him for her poems...
Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny and your brother-in-law. Boy, Boy, is that a combination.
Go ahead, Kathleen.
Yes, Mommy. Thanksgiving Day by Kathleen.
Not from the beginning, Kathy. Start where you left off.
I don't remember where I was.
Your uncle was giving you money.
Oh.
That's something we can all remember.
Yes, Daddy.
This isn't a poem, it's a fairy tale.
Jim, if you say one more word...
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kathy.
Is it all right if I start up near Christmas?
Start anywhere you like, but start.
Okay. Thanksgiving Day by Kathleen. 4th grade.
Oh, dear.
Thanksgiving is a lucky day for all the girls and boys. It isn't just like Christmas when your parents give you toys. It isn't even like Easter when you get an Easter bunny. Or even like your birthday when your uncle gives you money.
I didn't say a word.
Go ahead, dear.
It isn't like the 4th of July or Decoration Day or summer vacation or Halloween.
Kathy, when are you going to stop telling us what it isn't like and tell us what it is like?
How can she when you keep interrupting?
Well, it's supposed to be a poem about Thanksgiving, isn't it? And what has she said? It isn't like Christmas. It isn't like the 4th of July. Who said it was?
Jim, the poem has already won the contest. We're just supposed to listen.
But as long as...
We're just supposed to listen. Go ahead, dear.
You mean from the beginning?
No. Start after that funny part where your uncle gives you money.
Okay. It isn't like the 4th of July or Decoration Day or summer vacation or Halloween when all the kids can play. No!
Good grief. Scare a man half out of his wits?
Mother, is it all right if I borrow your earrings?
Look what you've done. Ashes all over the floor.
Well, I'll clean it up, Margaret. Don't worry about it.
What happened?
Nothing happened. I knocked over the ashtray, that's all. Go ahead, Kathy.
Thanksgiving is a different day. Excuse me, Kathy. I have to speak to Mother.
Let her finish the poem, Betty.
Father, I told Janie Liggett I'd be there early. She's counting on me. You don't have to read a poem over the radio. Oh, no. You mean she's going to read that horrible thing in public? Thanksgiving is a lucky day. I didn't see you winning any free turkey dinner. I didn't have to. The Liggets are going to have 3 turkeys.
Wait a minute. The way you kids talk, you'd think we'd never had a turkey in this house.
Jim.
I've got a good mind to keep you all home.
Father. Jim, it isn't a question of turkey. Kathy's principal told you.
Why couldn't they have their dinner some other day?
But Thanksgiving dinner was the prize, dear. For all 8 grades, it's become a major event.
And the Liggets. If somebody looks cross-eyed, Janie Liggett has a party.
Father, you said...
I know what I said. And it'll be a relief to get you all out of the house. Your mother won't have to spend all day cooking a dinner you'll wolf down in 20 minutes.
Jim.
We'll have a little peace around here, even if it is Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving is a different day, the day I like the best. Kathy, I haven't asked about the earrings.
Which earrings, Betty?
The ones with the rhinestones.
Oh, dear, those are much too old for you.
Oh, no, they aren't, Mother. Really, they aren't. Thanksgiving is a different day.
Just a minute, Kathy. Betty, if your mother says they're too old for you...
But they aren't, Father. I tried them on.
Don't you think something less formal would be more suitable?
But, Mother...
After all, rhinestones in the afternoon.
Not good, huh?
Not good at all.
How about the little pearl ones?
Oh, much better.
May I?
Of course, dear.
Oh, thank you, Mother. You're an angel. Go ahead, Kathy.
Maybe I ought to get the vacuum cleaner. The whole rug's a mess.
Just leave it, Jim. I'll clean it later.
It'll only take me a second.
Jim! All right, Kathy.
No.
Yes, get it over with, please.
Thanksgiving is a different day, the day I like the best. It's even better than Sunday, which is called the day of rest. Thanksgiving is my favorite day.
So long, everybody.
Oh, goodbye, dear. Now have a nice time.
Bud, what are you doing with my suitcase?
What?
Thanksgiving is my favorite day.
Come in here and bring the suitcase.
Gosh, I'm not going to hurt it, Dad.
Did anybody say you could borrow my suitcase?
No, Dad.
Then why are you taking it?
Well, I have to carry them in something.
Carry what?
The football letters. They're going to give them out at the dinner, and the coach said...
Put it back where you got it.
But the coach said I could eat with the team...
I said put it back.
Holy cow.
Thanksgiving is my favorite day.
Jim, he isn't going to hurt anything.
That's not the point. He has no right to take things without asking for them.
But you were busy, Dad. I tried to ask you this morning, remember? I said, Dad, and you said you thought it was going to be wonderful for you and Mom to have Thanksgiving dinner in a restaurant for a change. And I said, Dad, and you said you thought everybody made too much of a fuss about Thanksgiving anyway. And I said, Dad, and you said...
Bud.
Hmm?
Take the suitcase.
Oh, boy.
And next time, ask for it.
I tried to, Dad. I said...
Bud.
Okay, Dad.
Goodbye now.
Oh, is Billy here, dear?
He's parked out front.
Well, have a good time.
Don't eat too much turkey.
I won't. See you later.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, Betty.
Bye. Thanksgiving is my favorite day.
Just a minute, Kathy. Bud, are you driving downtown with Joe Phillips?
Yes, Dad.
Why don't you drop Kathy off at the school?
Okay. Come on, Kathy.
I haven't finished my poem.
Well, why haven't you? I haven't heard anything else for the past hour.
I tried to read it, and first you said that Uncle Richard...
Come on, Kathy, will you? I'm late.
Nobody ever lets me do anything just because I'm the littlest one in the family.
Kathy, read the poem.
Everybody thinks they can pick on me.
Kathy.
Thanksgiving is my favorite day, dear. That's where you left off.
And they don't have any right to... Thanksgiving is my favorite day, though the skies are gray and murky. 'Cause that's the day when I get to eat the drumstick of a turkey.
Well?
That's the end.
Some poem.
Bud. It's a very lovely poem, Kathy.
Thank you, Mommy.
You mean that won the competition?
Jim.
Well, I'm not surprised. It's very good. A little sentimental, perhaps, but very good.
Thank you, Daddy.
Get your coat, Kathy, and let's go.
Mr. Bryant said he'd bring me home, Mommy.
That's fine, dear.
And don't forget to listen to the broadcast.
We won't, and behave yourself.
Come on, will ya?
Well, stop pulling me. Why do you always have to pull me?
Thanks for the suitcase, Dad.
That's all right. Have a nice time, Bud. You too, Kathy.
Bye.
Be a good girl, Kathleen.
I will.
So long.
Goodbye, dear.
Well,
I'm completely exhausted. I don't know where they get all that energy.
Margaret, did she really win the competition with that poem?
She's only in the 4th grade, Jim. That's very good for the 4th grade.
When I was 9, I could write poems like that standing on my head.
Well, if you've ever seen Kathy study, you'd know that that's probably the way she wrote it.
Margaret.
Yes, dear.
Have you noticed how quiet it is?
Yes, dear.
Hasn't been this quiet for weeks, has it?
No, dear.
Well, it does you good to get away from the kids for a while. Gives you a chance to relax, take things easy. Read your paper and things.
Yes, dear.
Get the kids out of the house and it makes all the difference in the world. Get a little peace and quiet. Don't you?
Yes, dear.
All that excitement and shouting and running up and down stairs, absolutely unnecessary, isn't it?
I suppose so, dear.
Margaret.
Yes, dear.
I'm lonesome.
Yes, dear.
Well, Father has a right to feel lonesome. After all, Thanksgiving is a family day. But whether or not the family can gather to join in the festivities, We all have many things to be thankful for. We Maxwell House people, for instance, we're happy that our coffee is America's favorite brand. Happy that in so many homes, Thanksgiving dinner means a pot of Maxwell House coffee brewing on the stove, as well as the turkey in the oven and the pumpkin pies cooling on the shelf. We take a lot of pride in our coffee, and we want you to know you can count on Maxwell House every cup you pour. We'll keep it always good to the last drop on Thanksgiving Day and every day in the year.
That was very good, Barbara. Very good indeed. Now, our next winner is a rugged individualist indeed.
Jim, it's Kathy.
I'll be right in. She put her thoughts on Thanksgiving into verse and will now read the poem which won for her the competition in the 4th grade. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Kathleen Andis.
Is it Kathy? Is she started yet?
Jim, be quiet.
Well, I just wanted to know.
Thanksgiving Day by Kathleen Joy, Louise Anderson. 4th grade. Thanksgiving is a lucky day for all the girls and boys. It isn't just like Christmas when your parents give you toys.
Well, why doesn't she go on?
Jim, please.
Go ahead, Kathleen.
It isn't as if she had to remember anything. She's got it right in front of her.
Oh, dear, she's probably very nervous.
Well, she can read, can't she?
Kathleen, we're waiting.
I want to go home.
Now what's gotten into her?
Oh, the poor little thing.
Miss Anderson just remembered a previous engagement. Well, perhaps we'll have better luck with our next little guest. The winner of the competition in the 5th grade.
You see, Margaret, I told you she shouldn't have gone.
Oh, my poor baby.
I've never heard anything like that in my entire life.
She was frightened, Jim, that's all.
Frightened of what? You can't shut her up when she's in the house. As soon as she's supposed to talk, she makes an oyster sound like Georgie Jessel. I tell you, Margaret.
Yes, Jim.
Do you think we ought to go down and get her?
Oh, I don't think so.
Poor kid's probably crying her heart out.
She'll get over it. And don't forget, they promised her 2 drumsticks.
I don't know. She didn't sound very hungry.
Do I?
What?
You promised me a Thanksgiving dinner at the townhouse, remember?
Oh, yes, I did, didn't I?
I'll get my hat and coat, or would you rather have me sue you for breach of promise?
Margaret.
Jim, there isn't anything wrong, is there?
Oh, no, honey. Everything's fine. It's just that... Well...
Yes?
I've been doing a lot of thinking, and, would you mind very much if we didn't go out?
Why, Jim...
I know I promised you dinner, but... Well, I'd just rather eat here.
There isn't anything to eat.
Sure there is. I saw a whole heap of hamburger in the icebox.
A hamburger on Thanksgiving Day?
Well, Margaret, to tell you the truth, this doesn't seem much like Thanksgiving. Not like the kind of Thanksgiving we used to know.
Well, it's finally happened after only 18 years. You're tired of me.
You know what I mean, don't you, honey?
I think so.
Thanksgiving has always been a special sort of a day for me. Even when I was a boy. It was more than just a holiday. It was a time when the whole family got together and had fun. We used to go out into the country to my grandmother's.
We did, too. Go to my grandmother's, I mean.
The whole family used to be there. My Uncle Rob and his wife and their 8 children, and my Uncle Will and his wife and their 10 children.
That must have been cozy.
Oh, it was. We ate in shifts. My grandmother always swore she was feeding half of the neighbors' kids. But it was fun.
Did you play games after dinner?
Heck no. We were so stuffed we couldn't move.
Oh, you were a bunch of sissies. We used to play Going to Jerusalem or musical chairs or charades.
That's pretty hard to do with just 2 people, isn't it?
Jim, there's one thing we mustn't forget. This is a new generation. It's a different sort of generation with new ideas and a new sense of values. Times have changed.
I guess they have. Let's go into the kitchen and see what we can throw together.
You're an old sentimentalist, Jim Anderson. That's what you are. And I love you.
I love you, too. You know, maybe if the kids get home early, we can all go to a movie or something. How'd you like that?
No, I wouldn't count on it, dear. Betty said not to expect her before midnight, and Bud's dinner won't start until 6.
Well, Kathy isn't going to stay out all night, is she?
Well, no.
Okay, then we'll take Kathy to the movies.
Well, we'll see, dear. It all depends on... Bud.
Hiya, Mom. Hi, Dad.
What are you doing here?
Fixing a hamburger. Want one?
Well, what happened to the dinner?
What dinner?
At the training table with the football team.
Oh, that dinner.
Well?
I don't know. I guess I just wasn't hungry.
Weren't hungry? You?
Jim, I'm going to call Dr. Simmons.
Wait a minute, Margaret. Bud, if you aren't hungry, why the hamburger?
The hamburger?
Pardon me, the 3 hamburgers.
Oh, well, I guess I got hungry.
Oh, Bud, if you don't feel well, please tell us.
But I do feel well, Mom. I feel fine.
Look, Bud, if you don't want to tell us the truth...
But I am telling you the truth. I didn't like the dinner, that's all. Bunch of big goofs sitting around talking about football. What good is that?
Since when don't you like to talk about football?
What good is that?
Since when don't you like to talk about football?
Just a second, honey. Kathy?
It's me, Father.
What's she doing home?
What on earth is...
We're in the kitchen, Betty.
I'll be right in.
Oh, dear, just when everything was going so well.
Margaret, why do you immediately assume that something is wrong? Maybe the Liggets decided not to have a party. Or maybe Betty had the wrong day. Lots of things could have happened.
The party was today. I know it was.
Well, maybe it hasn't started yet.
What's everybody doing in the kitchen? Oh, hi, Bud. What are you doing here?
Oh, nothing much. Want a hamburger?
Okay.
Never mind the hamburgers, Bud. We've got things to discuss that are much more important.
Then hamburgers?
Do you feel all right, dear?
Sure. Why?
You told your mother you wouldn't be home until midnight.
Oh, well, I wasn't going to, but I came up with the most awful headache.
Jim.
You just said you felt fine.
I do. Oh, I do, except for this headache.
Jim, I'm going to call Mrs. Liggett and ask her...
Mother, you know if there was anything wrong, I'd tell you. I always have, haven't I?
Yes, dear, you have, but...
Just a minute, Margaret. Kathy?
Yes, Daddy?
We're in the kitchen. Come on in.
Yes, Daddy.
See, Margaret, I told you we should have gone down for her.
Well, I had no way of knowing.
What's the matter with Kathy?
Your sister reads the first line of her poem and bursts into tears.
No kidding.
The poor little thing. Hello.
Oh, Angel.
Hello, sweetheart. Come on over here and tell your daddy all your troubles.
I don't have any troubles, Daddy. I'm just not happy.
Well, it isn't anything to cry about, is it?
It was a lovely poem, darling, even if you didn't read it.
And don't you worry, knothead. If anybody makes fun of you, I'll poke 'em right in the nose.
Oh, Bud.
I don't care if they do make fun of me. I didn't want to read my poem, not to them.
Why, Kathy, they're your friends.
I don't want them. It's Thanksgiving, and I wanted my mommy and my daddy and my sister and my brother. I was lonesome.
Kathy, darling.
She's all right, Margaret. Just leave her alone.
Mother.
Yes, Betty.
I was lonesome, too.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Oh, Jim.
Margaret, not you.
Yes, me too.
Good grief. You sound like the third act of Uncle Tom's Cabin. What's the matter with you, Bud?
Nothing. I just feel like blowing my nose, that's all.
Well, blow it. Now, get busy with the hamburgers.
Okay, Dad.
How about a little food for the hungry Anderson?
Well, I'm starving.
Hamburgers. It's a fine thing to serve for a Thanksgiving dinner, isn't it?
It sounds fine to me.
I don't care what part of the hamburger I get. As as long as it's the drumstick.
That girl, Kathy. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's sit down and be comfortable.
Well, I'll take over, Bud.
I'm doing fine, Mom.
Oh, Bud, really?
Now, don't argue with the chef, Margaret. Just sit down and relax.
Well, if you insist.
4 hamburgers coming up.
Well, that'll take care of me, but what are they going to eat?
Betty.
Oh, you big pig.
Margaret, kids, before we dig into these juicy Thanksgiving burgers, may I say something?
Sure,
Go
Dad,
ahead,
Father.
This has been, I think, the happiest Thanksgiving day of my entire life. And if you don't mind, I'd like to say a special grace. Oh, Lord, we give thee thanks from the bottom of our humble hearts for the blessings thou hast seen fit to bestow upon us. We thank thee for the food that graces our table and the roof that covers our head. We thank thee for the privilege of living as free men in a country which respects our freedom, our personal rights to worship and think and speak as we choose. But most of all, dear Lord, we thank thee for making us a family, for giving us sincerity and understanding. We thank thee for giving us the most cherished gift a family may know, the gift of love for one another. Amen.
It's morning now, and in the Anderson breakfast nook, life has eased back into its accustomed groove. Thanksgiving Day is over, but the Andersons, well, they go on forever, like this.
Why can't I wear lipstick? Claudia McHugh does, and she's only 12.
Here's your coffee, dear.
Thank you.
Well?
Well, what?
Well, why can't I?
Because I said you couldn't. And eat your breakfast.
Gee whiz.
Oh, Margaret, we've got to do something about that boy. He's beginning to shake the house.
I'll speak to him, dear.
If he can't take it easy on the stairs, don't feed him so much. One of these days he's going to go right through.
Hiya, Dad. Good morning,
Hi.
Mom.
Sit down and eat your breakfast.
Good morning, dear.
He didn't say anything to me.
Hiya, Squirt.
Good morning.
Father, do you know what Bud did? He used my good cologne on his hair.
Good morning, Betty.
I used 2 drops.
You used practically the whole bottle.
I did not.
Good morning, Betty.
Mother, if I can't have a little privacy with my own thing.
Betty.
What?
Good morning.
Good morning, Father.
That's better. Sit down, eat your breakfast.
Jumping creepers.
You know, Margaret, there's one thing I'm really going to enjoy about our Thanksgiving Day dinner yesterday.
What's that, dear?
We're probably the only family in Springfield that won't be eating leftover turkey for the next month.
Yes, dear.
What are we going to have for dinner tonight?
Leftover hamburgers.
So you don't think your family will ever be hungry again? Well, you just wait till tomorrow morning. The kids will be banging their spoons for breakfast the same as ever. So be ready with steaming bowls of hot post wheatmeal. And tell the youngsters it's Hopalong Cassidy's favorite hot cereal. Yes, hot post wheatmeal with solid whole wheat nourishment and rich nut-like flavor that Hopalong sure goes for. Hot post wheatmeal. You'll see, you'll all agree, it's the best hot cereal you ever ate.
These days, stores everywhere are featuring lower prices on Maxwell House coffee. The lowest prices in months. Bring home one of those familiar blue tins tomorrow and enjoy coffee that's always good to the last drop. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Exciting Dragnet is next, then We the People on NBC.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam. Crazy people. Spam, rebop, boom, spam. George Burns and Gracie Allen. On the show and his orchestra. The singing glee with a smoothie street. Last but not least, with Bud Heaston. A quiz question, friends, and it will pay you to know the answer. Ready for the question? All right. What is an easy way to serve the family a swell main course for dinner that costs but a few cents? There's no magic about it. Just open a can of Spam, S-P-A-M, and bake according to the simple directions on the label. Takes only a jiffy, and you'll set before the family a delicious taste surprise that satisfies even the huskiest appetite. That's because Spam is grand-tasting meat, and baked, it certainly makes a hit. The perfect combination of juicy pork shoulder and ham meat, originated by Hormel, gives Spam extra flavor, extra goodness. Try a Spam bake for dinner tomorrow. Just be sure you ask your food dealer for S-P-A-M Spam. The stars of our Big Happy Family, George and Gracie.
Thank you very, very much. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen...
Oh, George, where's Gracie?
She's not here. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen...
George, can you do a show without Gracie?
Certainly I can do a show without her. Do you think I need Gracie?
Certainly, Bud. He needs Gracie about as much as Dorothy Lamour needs a sarong.
Yeah. Oh, yeah? Well, listen, I happen to have a lot of talent, and... Well, I'll answer you later. Hello?
This is Spam's meet. I'm Gracie Allen speaking.
Gracie, where are you? We're doing a broadcast, and you're supposed to be here.
I couldn't get down on account of my granddaddy's very sick. He was on the floor all last night, and we're awfully worried.
He was on the floor?
Yes.
What about the bed?
Well, we couldn't use that. We had a party here last night. Where could we put the hats and coats?
Well, Gracie, where's your granddaddy now?
He's down in the kitchen with a temperature of 105, and we're awfully
He has
worried.
a temperature of 105?
Yes, and we're...
Well, why'd you got him in the kitchen?
Well, he's defrosting the icebox.
Your granddaddy's in the Frigidaire?
For 7 hours.
Well, aren't you afraid he'll freeze?
Oh, that's impossible. Every hour we open the Frigidaire and ask him if he's cold. He doesn't answer.
Look, Gracie, we're doing a broadcast.
Really? What station? I must listen in.
Well, never mind. There's a smart idea, putting a man with a temperature in a Frigidaire. I suppose to cure him, they'll put an ice pack on his head and a hot water bottle on his feet.
Oh, George, all they need to use is a can of Spam.
Can of Spam?
Sure, cold or hot, it hits the spot.
Oh, yes. But you're a regular Dr. Kildare. Look, everybody, not that I need Gracie, but I think we ought to go over to Gracie's house and do the broadcast. Might make an old man happy.
Well, if it's going to make you happy, George, let's go.
Oh. Quiet.
Bueno, podemos hacer una cosa. Yo tengo un carro nuevo. Si quieren, yo
back again,
puedo llevar.
Yes, guitar player, I know. What is it, Senor Lee?
Why don't you drive down in my car? I just got a brand new rooster.
A rooster?
Si, senor. A car made by General Motors.
It's not General Motors, it's General Motors.
Oh.
A mother is, well, for example, when you were a baby, who combed your hair?
That's what I'd like to know. The part isn't straight.
Well, quiet. Come on, everybody. We got to get to Gracie's house. Oh, well, here we are at Gracie's house. I'll ring the doorbell.
George, you better knock on the door. The bell doesn't work.
Well, this is the house, all right.
Oh, hello, George. When did you get here?
Well, I give up.
Hello, everybody.
Gracie, do you know that you're not all there?
I know. I just had my tonsils removed.
Tonsils removed? That annoys me. That's all I've got.
Say, Gracie, what's the matter with your granddaddy?
Oh, he doesn't take care of himself. He inhales cigars.
Well, what's wrong with it?
Well, most people just inhale the smoke.
Look, Gracie, you'll have to excuse me if I run away just before the broadcast is over. You see, I've got a date with a little redhead, and she won't wait.
Where?
A redhead? Say, Poopsie, how do you get all these gals?
Well, why shouldn't he? George is a good dancer. He's a swell dresser. He's romantic, spends lots of money. Continued on next page.
Artie, don't read that part.
Well, come on, everybody.
Say,
Right through this long...
Gracie, what is this? You've got barbed wire on the banisters?
Well, you know my granddaddy likes to slide down the banisters.
Oh, I see, and that stops him.
No, it doesn't stop him, but it slows him down a bit.
I think I know what you mean.
It is. It isn't. It is. It isn't.
It is.
No, it isn't.
Who are they?
Oh, they've been living here for over a year.
Well, who are they?
I don't know.
Gracie, you know, this house is filled with imbeciles.
Well, I better tell Granddaddy you're all here.
Well, never mind that. We better start the broadcast.
What's tonight's program about, George?
It's about Thanksgiving.
What's that?
What's that? Look, Gracie, as far back as you can remember, what always happened in November?
Roosevelt was elected.
Well, I'll try to explain it to you.
All right.
You see, in 1620, the first Americans arrived in a new land to make a fresh start.
Uh-huh.
They decided to build homes. And do you know one of the first things they did?
They applied for FHA loans.
FHA loans didn't come until 300 years later.
Well, you've got to go through a lot of red tape before you get the money.
Anyway, these people were called Puritans.
What's that?
What's that? Did you ever read of those people who suffered and were punished in stocks?
Oh, in 1929, some of my best friends were Puritans.
Well, anyway, these people were so grateful for finding a freedom in a new country that they killed a turkey and called it Thanksgiving.
Oh, what a cute name for a turkey.
And the custom still remains. Even today, we chop the heads off turkeys.
How can you knock off all their heads at once?
A turkey only has one head.
Then where do all the necks come from? Last year, my sister got a neck, my brother got a neck, my uncle got a neck.
Oh, well, this is the end.
That's the part my daddy got.
Look, Smoothies, Bab, Charlie, and Little, will you sing a song while I try to explain to Gracie what Thanksgiving is? Please.
In a dinky honky-tonky village in Texas, there's a guy who plays the best piano by far. He can play piano anywhere that you like it, but the style he likes the best is eight to the ball. When he plays disco ball, he's the daddy of the ball. The people gather around when he gets on stand, and when he plays, he gets a hand. The rhythm he beats puts the cats in a trance. Nobody's there, found him to dance, but when he jams with the bass and guitar, they holler, beat me daddy, into the bar. Clink, clank, clink, clank, clink, clank, rocking on the keys. Riff, 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 rip it out with ease. But when he jams with the bass and guitar, they holler, beat me, daddy, into the bar, just beat me. Please beat me. Oh, beat me. Just listen to the beat they're playing, eight to the bar. The looky bug is gonna jazz you. The hunky style will not upset you. Piano man, now beat it. Beat it, daddy, eight to the bar. Oh, rockin' in rhythm, well, alright.
I got the boogie woogie style and I'm swinging on a gate.
All right. and I got to syncopate. Well, all right. Now that everybody's happy, there's nothing left to do. So, Mr. Piano Man, we're gonna leave it to you. Well, all right. Beat me, Daddy, Daddy, beat me. Hey, to the Lord.
Gracie, I've never seen a house like this. People walking around and nobody knowing them. And this furniture. What kind of furniture is this?
Well, it comes from the Hollywood Furniture Company.
Yeah, but what about the period?
Oh, pardon me. It comes from the Hollywood Furniture Company, period.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh, say, Gracie, where's your kitchen? I want to get a sandwich.
Oh, Bud, we haven't got any Spam in the Frigidaire.
No Spam in the Frigidaire?
Not in the Frigidaire. Spam doesn't need any refrigeration.
Oh, shucks. I forgot. I'll hate myself in the morning.
Oh!
What's that?
That's my granddaddy. He's sliding down the banister.
He's sliding down a barbed wire banister?
Well, he does it 20 times a day, and the doctor told him to stop.
Well, I imagine he would.
Sure. It's bad for his heart.
Well, I hope the kid makes a 3-point landing.
It is. It isn't. It is. It isn't.
It is.
It isn't.
Gracie, these fellas have been living in your house for over a year and you don't know who they are?
That's right.
Well, why don't you ask them?
I don't talk to strangers.
Well, this is some house.
George, I better go and find Granddaddy and give him his medicine. You see, he hasn't got a nurse anymore.
Oh, he had a nurse, huh?
Yes. And the only way he'd take his medicine was when the nurse would kiss him after every teaspoonful. It was awful stuff.
Bitter, huh?
No, he hasn't any teeth.
Well, let's get this over with. All right, let's find your granddaddy and give him this medicine. Boy, what a house. I've never seen. Hey, Soundman, 4 years in Harvard. Why are you sitting out in the hall all by yourself, sulking?
A big Harvard-Yale game this year, and I won't be there.
Well, why don't you go?
Not after the sad experience I had last year. There I was at the stadium. It was the last quarter. The score was 0-0. Just as Yale was making a touchdown, somebody stuck a gun in my back and held me up.
Well, there were millions of people there. Why didn't you yell?
What? And have them think I was rooting for Yale?
Well, come on, Gracie.
Hey, George. When you meet this little red-headed girl tonight, why don't you take her to the Follies Bergère? It's a swell show.
Ah, those girly shows are all the same, Artie. Take away their feathers and their little umbrellas, and what have you got?
High blood pressure.
Oh, quiet.
Well, here's Granddaddy's room.
Well, look, Gracie, before we all go in, what's the matter with your granddaddy?
Well, we really don't know. In the middle of the night, we heard strange noises, and we ran into Granddaddy's room, and there he was shaking all over.
He was shaking all over?
Yes.
Well, what did you do?
What did we do? We sent for a doctor.
Well, what did the doctor do?
Well, he took the Madame Lazanga record off the control, and we all went back to sleep again.
Kid has probably got rheumatism.
Hiya, Grace.
Hiya, Grandpa.
Well, what's the matter, Grandpa? Don't you feel well?
No, Georgie boy. Say, hand me that picture of Hedy Lamarr on a sleeping tablet.
Well, I can't find Hedy Lamarr's picture. Do you want this one of Van Sheridan?
No, I'm saving her until I feel better. Yahoo!
Well, wait, Grandpa. I'll look in this closet.
It is. It isn't.
It is.
It isn't.
I can't say. Gracie, can't somebody else in your family give him the medicine? I've got a date with that little redhead.
Well, my mother's at her sewing club, and my daddy went downtown to vote, and my
Your
brother...
daddy went downtown to vote?
Yes, and my brother...
The election was over 2 weeks ago.
I know, but my daddy's a Republican, and he never gives up.
Try to understand this. I've got a date with a girl.
Senor Burns,
I can't stand this.
Senor Burns, look out. Don't get excited. You'll break a blood weasel.
Well, don't worry about me. And besides, you said that wrong.
Oh, perdóname. Don't get excited. You'll break a blood weasel.
Well, that's much better.
Hey, buddy boy.
What is it, Granddaddy?
Buddy boy, would you mind reaching in that coat pocket and getting me a cigar?
Oh, what coat, Grandpa?
The one George is wearing.
There aren't any cigars in my pocket.
You mean you didn't get anything with that suit?
pretty good one, Corny. Oh, quiet. Even if I did have a cigar, if I did get a cigar with it, why should I give it to you? You're the tightest old man I ever met. You never gave anybody anything.
Oh, Judge, you shouldn't say that to my granddaddy when he's so sick. He gave you something.
When did he ever give me something?
Tonight.
What did he give me?
The measles.
The measles?
Now, Artie Shaw, his clarinet, and his boys will give us Sugar.
But if your granddaddy had the measles, he shouldn't have kept it a secret.
He didn't. He's been spreading it all around.
Why did I ever go into this crazy house? Gracie, what's that?
She's practicing up in the attic.
Who's practicing?
My grandmother.
Your grandmother? Gracie, will you tell your grandmother to stop? We can't continue talking if she's going to make all that noise upstairs. Why, this is the craziest house. Listen to that. Beat, 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 beat.
Meat, eat, meat. I say there, lady, when a-shopping you go, here's some news that you should know. Help me out, George. I've gone this far.
I'll beat it out, bud. A2 at the bar. Spam is the meat that you should buy. Spam is different, and here is why.
We use pork shoulder to make Spam sweet, and the ham it takes for extra good meat.
The extra good flavor that you get in Spam got there, folks, 'cause we added ham.
Hormel started this new kind of meat, seasoned it better, made it grand to eat.
I say, Senor Burns, serve Spam for lunch. This delicious meat is good to crunch.
Look, Senor Lee, it's crunch, not crunch.
Crunch, crunch.
Crunch, crunch.
You buy it all the time if you try it once.
To get the real thing to put on your table, look for this sentence on the Spam can label.
Pork shoulder meat with ham meat added. Proof that Spam is really different. My, that doesn't fit.
Yeah, that's right, Gracie. That's the worst one yet.
Nothing is just like Spam, my friend.
And so with this, our poem ends. When a shopping you'd go, tomorrow, ma'am, ask for S-P-A-M Spam.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot. Spam hits the spot.
Look, George, if there's a possibility of your having the measles, I wouldn't keep that date with that redhead.
Well, don't worry about me, Artie. I'm going out right now and get myself inoculated.
Well, why do it tonight? Why don't you wait until New Year's Eve?
Look, Gracie, inoculation prevents sickness. You see, millions of germs can live on the head of a pin.
How can they eat that stuff?
They use a knife and fork.
Oh!
Well, I'm going to get out of this house before it's too late.
Hold on there, mister. Where do you think you're going?
I'm going out, officer. Why?
Oh, no, you're not. Nobody leaves this house. It's quarantined.
But I'm George Burns. I haven't got anything.
I've heard you on the air, brother, and you ain't kidding.
Let me tell you
Get
something.
back in there.
Well, this is a fine thing. And I've got myself...
Oh, look who's here. Hello, George. Are you back from your date already? Did you meet that girl? Did you kiss her?
Gracie, I was stopped by a cop.
Oh, that's what always happens in those parked cars.
I knew you'd understand me.
Once I was in a parked car with the freshest fella, and you know what he said to me?
Will you be reasonable?
That's what he said to me.
Oh, stop.
That's what I said to him.
Gracie, I didn't even get out of the door. There's a cop outside. He says your house is quarantined.
He's crazy. It's Ducko.
Well, never mind. I'll see you later. I've got to keep this date. I wonder where this door leads to. Oh, wrong door. Isn't that silly? The broom closet.
Oh, look who's here. Hello, George. When did you get back? Did you have a nice time with the little redhead?
Gracie, I was in the broom closet.
Oh, her husband came home, huh?
Look, I'm trying to get out of this house of yours.
Well, I've got an idea. Let's do what they do in the movies. Now, I'll tie this bed sheet around you and let you out of the window.
Hey, that's not a bad idea. Here, put it on me right here.
Oh, then I'll tie this end to the bed. All right. All ready, George. Climb out of the window.
Well, here I go. Ouch! Gracie! Gracie!
What?
What part of the bed did you tie it to?
The pillow!
The pillow?
Hey, you Burns, I told you the place was quarantined. Now get back in that house.
Well, look who's here. Hello, George. Are you back from the date already? Did you have a nice time with the little redhead?
See, I almost killed myself. I just went through that window.
Oh, her husband came home again, huh?
You know, you could use another ounce of brains.
Not me. I'm overweight now.
No matter where I go, that cop is there. I wish he'd stick to his beat.
Stick to his what?
Beat.
Meat. Spam is the meat
that you should eat. Spam is, I know that. You should try. I know that, but we've done it before. This poetry is going from bad to verse. Oh. It's just a little slip. Look at me. I'm filthy. How can I get washed up?
Just keep on telling those jokes, brother.
Gracie, where's the washroom?
Right down the hall. You can't miss it. It's the one with the gasoline pump in front of it.
Gasoline pump?
Sure. My grandmother's a tourist, and we like to make her feel at home.
Well, I'll go in there and get cleaned up.
It is.
It isn't.
It is.
It isn't.
It is.
Wait a minute. All you guys have been doing is arguing. What are you arguing about?
I claim this Thursday is the real Thanksgiving, and Joe says it isn't.
Well, it is. It is. It is.
Okay, still. Gracie, I've got to get out of here.
Well, George, why don't you go up on the roof and slide down the drain pipe, and then when you get to the yard...
The drain pipe?
Yeah, when you get to the yard...
The drain pipe?
Oh, pardon me. I was senor last night.
Oh. Keep on going out with him, and you won't be able to speak English.
Senor Burns, when you say that, smile.
Smile?
Yes. S-M-E-L-L. Smile.
smell.
You're perfect?
Oh, please, everything happens to me. Here I've got a date with a girl, I'm all messed up. I scrape my nose. Huh, what a pickle.
Looks more like a banana.
Oh, yeah? Well, my face happens to be all right. Doesn't bother me.
Maybe that's on account of your standing behind it.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I've just got to get out of here.
Mr. Burns.
What does it sound, man?
Just look at this goldfish bowl. It's a rhapsody in glass. It's made of pure quartz silicate.
Time like this, he's got to impress me with his education. There must be some way out.
Say, Soundman, what happened to the goldfish that were in that bowl? Answer me, what did you do with those goldfish?
Forgive me, Miss Ellen, I couldn't help it. Once a Harvard man, always a Harvard man.
Well, there must be some way out of here.
Soundman, I don't mind your eating the goldfish, but Tom Harmon is going to get pretty angry.
Why, Tom Harmon is that great Michigan football player.
Well, it's also the name of our cat.
You call your cat Tom Harmon?
Well, yeah, that's on account of every time he gets loose, he makes 10 yards.
Hey, wait a minute. Why didn't I think of this before? Gracie, where's the chimney?
Right there.
Well, goodbye, everybody. I'm going up the chimney. A guy will go through it for a woman. Well, here it is. I'm out. There's the blue sky.
Blue sky nothing. That's my uniform, you see. Get back in there.
Oh!
Look who's here. Hello, George. You're back
Quiet, quiet, quiet!
Will some one person in every family listening tonight do us just one more small favor? All we want to ask is that you remind Mother to get a can of Spam when she goes shopping tomorrow. You'll be doing a bigger favor for yourself because Spam is absolutely the most popular new meat item in a generation. Once you taste Spam's tempting flavor, its tender, meaty goodness, you'll want to serve Spam often. Spam is so easy to prepare. Try it tomorrow. Use the simple recipes on the label. Ask your food dealer for SPAM Spam. Join the thousands who say, whenever the occasion calls for delicious meat at our house, we serve Spam.
Well, Bud, I'm certainly in a fine mess.
Oh, George, I just found out my granddaddy hasn't got the measles.
Well, good. Now I can go and meet my new redhead.
Oh, yeah, then you can say hello to my granddaddy because he went there, too.
Good night, all.
Join us again next week, same time, same station, for another Burns and Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies. Until then, this is Bud Heaston reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? Even those who think they don't like chili do like chili con carne the way Hormel makes it because it's different and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
It's the Aldrich Family on NBC.
Coming, Mother?
Yes, it's The Aldrich Family is transcribed, written by Clifford Goldsmith. "117 Elm Street in Centerville is a house like many other houses, and it might be a very solemn and staid place if there weren't a boy in it. And when that boy is a typical teenager like Henry Aldrich, well, it's a place where unexpected things are always happening. The scene opens in one of Centerville's grocery stores. The time is afternoon.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello, Mother. This is Henry.
Who?
Henry
Henry Aldrich, your son.
Oh, is everything all right, dear? Are you all through at the store?
Practically. I just wanted to tell you, though, they're all out of mincemeat, and I've been to 2 other stores.
What's that? They don't have any mincemeat at all?
No. Mr. Preston said people shouldn't let their shopping go till the day before Thanksgiving. He said that...
Dear, I don't care what he said. It's going to be a blow to your father. But I guess he'll have to be satisfied with pumpkin pie.
I know, but they don't have any pumpkins either.
Don't they have any canned pumpkin?
Oh, canned pumpkin?
And, Henry, have you picked up the turkey?
No, not yet. I haven't been over to that side of the store.
Well, dear, you go over there just as soon as you hang up and tell Mr. McGill you want the turkey I ordered 3 weeks ago.
Yes, Mother. Only how about sage?
What about it?
Hey, Henry. What do you want, Homer? When you get through with that phone, I want it.
What's that, Henry?
Mother, I said, what shall I do about sage? They're all out of it.
Henry, they can't be.
Mr. Preston said it's account of the late shopping.
Well, dear, you ask Mr. Preston whether he can't fix up Mrs. Aldrich with just a little sage for her Thanksgiving dinner. I'm sure he has some put away somewhere.
Listen, Henry, when can I use that phone? Gee whiz, Homer, can't you see I'm talking to my mother?
What's that, Henry?
Nothing, Mother. I'm just talking to Homer.
Henry, you aren't fooling around down there with Homer, are you?
What's that?
It sounds to me like you haven't done any of the shopping I sent you to do.
Well, I'm doing the best I can, Mother. Gee whiz, all I've got is 2 pair of hands. Listen, Henry, I've got to use that phone.
Well, please hurry, dear, and don't waste any time with Homer.
But, Mother.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Boy, Henry, it's about time. Miss Homer, you have to push a guy right out of the booth? Don't speak to me. Don't say a word. Trying to remember 5 different things to tell my mother. I got to get some sage.
Number, please.
Squash, chestnut, cinnamon.
Number, please.
Cinnamon. Operator, just make it plain 232 without the cinnamon.
May I have your number, please?
I told you, 232, Elm.
Elm, 232.
Gee whiz, now I've forgotten our whole Thanksgiving dinner. Squash, chestnuts, cinnamon. Oh, boy. Squash, chestnuts, cinnamon.
Hello?
Yeah, listen, Mother, what came after cinnamon?
What's that? Who did you want?
Isn't this my mother?
Well, yes, Homer, it is. Have you got everything for our dinner?
Well, the only thing in your list that they've got is breadcrumbs and cleaning powder.
Well, did you get them?
Well, yes, but it isn't much of a Thanksgiving dinner.
What's that?
Oh, boy, cranberries.
What?
I just happen to remember cranberries. That's what came after cinnamon.
Well, what about them?
I can't get any.
Oh, now, Homer, they must have at least a few cranberries.
No, they haven't. Henry Aldrich got the last half pound.
What's that? Oh, Homer, you aren't wasting your afternoon with Henry Aldrich, are you?
No. Only gee whiz, he bought the last cranberries.
Well, dear, I don't see how we can have turkey without cranberries.
Well, you don't have to worry, Mother. I've got something even better.
Oh, that's good. What'd you get?
Ketchup.
Ketchup? Did you go with turkey?
Oh, well, I like it on anything. And so does Father.
I know, dear.
And it's red. If you pour it on corn kernels, it looks just like cranberries.
Oh, Homer, did you tell Mr. McGill you want our turkey?
Well, that's another thing. There's only one.
Well, one is all we want.
No, I mean 1 turkey for everybody. And Mr. McGill isn't sure, but he's pretty sure Mrs. Aldrich reserved that.
Now, dear, Mrs. Aldrich didn't reserve that turkey any more than I did. I asked Mr. McGill to put it aside for me weeks ago.
You did?
Yes, now run right over and tell him.
Hey, Homer, I gotta use that phone again. Well, just a minute, Henry.
Homer, is Henry Aldrich there?
Well, yes, Mother.
Well, he hasn't got hold of that turkey, has he?
Just a minute. Henry, what's in that big bag there? Squash. Now, hurry up, Homer. Mother, it's all right. It's squash.
Oh, Homer, did you get any squash?
Well, that's what I was going to tell you. They don't have the kind you wanted. Look, shall I get the kind Henry got?
Dear, get any kind, just so long as your father has a good squash when he sits down with his turkey.
Okay. Homer, will you let me have that phone? Okay, here. Well, thanks. Hello?
Hello?
Listen, Homer, why are you handing me your mother? Well, hang her up.
What?
Goodbye, Mother. Boy, will I be glad when Thanksgiving is over. Homer, will you please get your oranges and flour and stuff out of this booth? I'm getting them out, Henry. Listen, where did you get that squash? There aren't any more. There aren't? Henry, I'm getting sick of you taking the last everything in this place. Homer, you gotta keep your eyes open around here.
Number, please.
Elm 303.
Elm 303.
Just a minute there, Aldrich.
What's that?
What do you got there in your hand?
A can of pumpkin. It was the last one on the counter.
I'll say it was. I've been looking all over for it.
For this?
That's part of Mrs. Bartlett's order. Now give it to me.
Oh, gee whiz.
Hello?
Hello, Mother. What do you think just happened?
Dear, what is it you want now?
Well, I was going to ask whether 1 can of pumpkin would be enough.
Oh, I guess I could make a pie with 1 can.
But, Mother, they just took it away from me.
What?
The man said Mrs. Bartlett saw it first.
Dear, do you realize tomorrow is Thanksgiving? It sounds to me as though you aren't even trying.
Mother, you'll be glad to hear I got a lot of parsley.
Parsley?
There doesn't seem to be much of a demand for that. I took 6 pounds.
Henry, do you have our turkey?
Oh, yeah, gee whiz.
You say you haven't?
No. I'm glad you reminded me.
Well, you hurry right over to Mr. McGill and ask him for it.
Yes, Mother, I'll go right away.
Goodbye.
Hey, buddy.
Yes, sir? Did you want me?
When you took that can of pumpkin, did you pick up a can of cinnamon, too?
Cinnamon? No, sir, I haven't even seen any cinnamon.
Well, somebody took a can of cinnamon right out of Mrs. Bartlett's order.
Hey, Homer.
What, Henry?
Is Mr. McGill here at the meat counter?
Yeah, he's in the back room wrapping... he's wrapping something up for me.
Okay, I'll wait for him.
Well, he may be in there for quite a while, Henry. Why waste time? Why don't you go over to the other side of the store and do some more shopping?
I finally got all mine done, except for one thing.
You sure? Why don't you go over and get some cinnamon?
They don't have any.
Well, sure they have. I just got a can.
All I have to buy is something right here from Mr. McGill.
Oh, you do?
Sure. Hey, Homer, before I forget, have you got your composition written for English?
Oh, gee whiz, we don't have to have it ready until Monday.
Well, I know, but I'm going to do mine tonight. Then I'll have a free mind for the whole weekend. Gee whiz, what's keeping Mr. McGill? I'm going to go back there and look for him.
Now, wait a minute, Henry, wait.
What for?
Well, the composition is supposed to be about what you did on Thanksgiving Day.
I know.
Well, how are you going to write about what you did on Thanksgiving Day on the day before it?
All I'm going to do, Homer, is eat. I'm going to eat turkey at noon, and then in the evening I'm going to have cold turkey, and just before I go to bed I'm going to have some more turkey.
Oh, well, that's nice. Sounds like an interesting composition.
Now then, Homer, here you are. A very nice 18-count...
Thank you, Mr. McGill. Thank you very much.
It's the last one...
So long, Henry.
Homer, you haven't told me what you're going to do on Thanksgiving Day. Homer? Gee whiz, is he in a hurry?
Now then, young man, what can I do for you?
Didn't you explain to Mr. McGill that he promised me a turkey?
Well, sure, Mother, and he said that he could definitely promise you one.
When?
The day after tomorrow.
Henry, I need a turkey for Thanksgiving, not the day after. When Homer took that turkey, did you tell him he was really taking our Thanksgiving dinner?
Mother, I didn't have a chance to. He just grabbed it from right under my nose and ran.
And Mr. McGill said Homer told him we didn't want the turkey?
Well, and Mr. McGill said Homer didn't actually say it. He just implied that we didn't.
Very well, Henry, here's what I want you to do. You're to go over to the Browns and tell Homer's mother exactly what happened.
And demand the turkey?
You don't have to demand it, dear. If you just explain things, I'm sure Mrs. Brown will be only too glad to give it to you.
She will?
Yes, dear. Now start right away.
Yes, Mother.
And hurry right back with it.
Yes, Mother.
Alice?
Yes, Sam?
Where did you just send Henry?
Over to the Browns, dear, to get that turkey.
Now, wait a minute, Alice.
Dear, I'm sorry. It isn't theirs, it's ours. And we have guests coming.
But, Alice, the Browns are old friends of ours. You can't do a thing like that to them. Not at Thanksgiving. And besides, in all fairness, they have an equal right to that turkey. Now, the sensible thing to do is...
Whom are you calling?
Number, please.
Elm 391.
Elm 391.
Sam, you aren't inviting anyone else for dinner, are you?
No, Alice, I'm calling the market.
Dear, believe me, they don't have any more turkeys down there.
Very well. We'll get something else.
Old Hill Market, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's Mr. Aldrich.
Oh, yes, sir.
I'd like to place an order with you.
All right, Mr. Aldrich.
Now then, I'd like a couple of real nice roasters.
What's that?
Roasting chickens, say 5 or 6 pounds each.
But, Mr. Aldrich, where am I going to get it?
What's that?
There isn't a chicken left in the place.
Oh. Well, then you'd better make it a couple of good-sized ducks. Personally, I like duck just as well as turkey.
No ducks, Mr. Aldrich.
No ducks. Now, wait a minute. You must have something. Tomorrow's Thanksgiving.
I know, Mr. Aldrich, but it seems like everybody waited till the last minute to do their shopping. My wife and I are having salmon.
We're having company for dinner.
I'll tell you what I can do, Mr. Aldrich. How would you like me to cut up a nice oxtail for you?
Oxtail? What for?
For Thanksgiving. It isn't the same as chicken, but it makes a dandy stew and very nourishing.
Yeah, well, just skip the whole thing.
Now, will there be anything else, Mr. Aldrich?
No, thank you. I guess you've got everything. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Alice.
Which did you get, Sam? Chickens or ducks?
I've been thinking it over, Alice, and it seems to me you have a perfect right to demand that turkey from the Browns.
And, dear, that's exactly what I told Henry to do.
Good. But when Henry comes back with it, the thing to do is to call the Browns and insist that they come over here and have Thanksgiving with us.
But, Sam, that turkey isn't large enough for all of their guests and our guests, too.
Oh.
Well, that's too bad. I hate to see the Browns go without... Yeah, I'll answer.
Of course, if we serve plenty of muffins and yams, we might be able to stretch it.
Hello?
Is this you, Father?
Yes, Henry, where are you?
I'm downtown.
Well, hurry on home. Don't dawdle with that turkey.
Father, I'm dawdling without the turkey.
What?
They wouldn't give it to me. Mr. Brown said they bought and paid for the turkey, and that's all there was to it.
Oh, he did.
Father, isn't there any other place to get a turkey?
I'm not interested in any other turkey. We're going to have that one the Browns have, and we're going to eat it tomorrow. Alone. They're not invited.
You want me to go back and tell them?
No, I'll take care of it.
Father, I'm going to go back to see Homer anyhow.
Never mind that, Henry. You come right home.
Father.
Henry?
Yes, sir. I'll be right there.
Alice.
Yes, Sam. What's the matter?
I have tried to be patient. I have tried to be considerate. Now I am going to do something.
What?
Here, Alice, take this phone. I want you to call the Browns and demand our turkey.
Is that what she said, Elizabeth?
Yes, Will. Why, in all the years I've known Alice Aldrich, I've never heard her talk that way to anyone.
All right. All right. If they want to make an issue of the turkey, it's all right with me.
Mother, I'll be back in a little while.
Homer, where are you going?
Well, just over to Henry's. It isn't so late, Mother.
Homer, let's get this straight. You're not to have anything to do with Henry Aldrich.
Not ever?
Not until we've eaten that turkey. And if he wants to speak to you, that's his loss.
Yeah, but look, I've got to write a composition, and I need a little advice about Thanksgiving.
Well, you won't get it over there. I don't think the Aldriches are celebrating Thanksgiving this year.
Well, can't one of you answer that phone?
Now, Elizabeth, don't touch it. It's probably Sam Aldrich calling to pick a fight with me about that turkey.
Well, now, Will, the least you can do is talk to him. Even if he loses his temper, you don't have to lose yours.
Elizabeth, I'm just going to sit here absolutely calm.
Father, would you be willing to help me with my composition?
What's your problem?
Well, I have to compare what the Pilgrims did on their first Thanksgiving with what I did tomorrow.
Well, for one thing, you can point at what you did tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
What did you do tomorrow?
What's that?
Homer, what are we talking about?
Well, I think you should at least go to the phone and tell Sam you're not going to give him that turkey.
He'll find out soon enough, Elizabeth. He'll find out. He's found out already.
Well...
What's that?
It's the front door. And I'm not going to sit here and just hear bells ringing.
I'll go to the door. I'm willing to do that.
Let me know who it is.
The same here, Father.
Hello there, Will.
Well, Sam Aldrich. Aren't you, that is, won't you come in?
No, thanks, Will.
Mr. Brown, is Homer here?
Now, Henry, you stay right here on the steps where you are. Don't bother the Browns.
Oh, Henry's no bother. Is there something I can do for you, Sam?
Will, I don't know what this is all about, but I take it that Alice lost her temper when she phoned your wife a few minutes ago. Just between ourselves, Will, women have a tendency to exaggerate the importance of things.
You're right, Sam. I tried to reason with Elizabeth. I'm afraid she went a little overboard herself.
When you get right down to it, there isn't any turkey in the world worth sacrificing our friendship over.
No, of course not.
And Alice will be the first to admit the same thing.
That's just the way Elizabeth feels.
So, I just wanted to tell you to enjoy the turkey and have a fine Thanksgiving.
Now, wait a second, Sam. The fact is, I was just going to start for your house with that turkey.
No, Will, no. Just forget the whole thing.
No, Sam, I mean it. Wait right there.
Gee whiz, Father, is Mr. Brown really going to give us the turkey?
Henry, if he brings the turkey out here, we're not going to take it.
Why not?
Don't you think I have any pride? I never got down on my knees for a turkey before.
Hey, here you are, Sam. It's all wrapped and everything.
Oh, no, Will. No, Will.
Where are you going with that turkey?
Be quiet, Elizabeth. Here, Sam.
Oh, no. I wouldn't think of it. You keep it and have a nice dinner tomorrow.
Now, Sam, there's no use in your going down those steps without this. Here, Henry, you take it.
Shall I, Father?
No, Henry. Come along.
Sam!
There's no use following us, Will. It's your turkey.
No, Sam, it's yours. I'm putting it right here on the front walk.
All right, Will. If you want to leave it there, it's all right with me.
There it is on the sidewalk, Sam. I'm going back in the house.
And Henry and I are going down the street.
Father, hey, Father.
What's the matter?
Look at those 3 dogs coming.
What's that?
Hey, get away from there. Stop.
Just look. One of them took it.
What's that? He took it.
To come back here.
Well, Will, that was certainly a foolish thing for you to do.
What do you mean, for me to do? What did you leave it there for?
I left it. You put it down there yourself.
Well, why didn't you pick it up?
Why should I? It's your turkey, Will. If you want it, you go get it. Come on, Henry. We've got other things to do.
Yeah, but gee whiz, Father.
Well, of all...
What's the matter, Father?
Come on, Homer. We've got to chase a dog.
A dog, Father? For Thanksgiving?
We'll return to the Aldrich family in just a moment. Now, I don't know how it's going to turn out, but it's one sure bet that tonight's Phil Harris Alice Faye show will deliver a full half hour's worth of family comedy. And right after the Harris Faye show on most of these NBC stations, Theater Guild on the Air will bring you Basil Rathbone, Alan Webb, and Margaret Phillips in the radio version of the Broadway hit, The Winslow Boy. And then there's adventure with a pair of NBC programs as Jack Webb stars in this week's Dragnet story from the files of the Los Angeles Police Force, while William Gargan will be on hand in the title role of Barry Craig, confidential investigator. So stay tuned to this NBC station and listen for the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, Theater Guild on the Air, Dragnet, and Barry Craig, confidential investigator. Now getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. The Browns had somehow got a turkey from the meat market that had been reserved for Mrs. Aldrich. And then while Mr. Aldrich and Mr. Brown were each trying to outdo the other with politeness over the bird, a stray dog ran off with it. The scene opens in the basement of the Elm Street Church. The time is that same evening.
Step right in, folks. Step right in. The auction's going to begin shortly.
Hello there, Mr. Johnson.
Oh, hello, Mr. Aldrich. Hi, Henry.
Hello. Has the bidding started yet?
No, we'll be starting pretty soon.
Pretty nice turkey.
Oh, nicest bird you ever saw. 25-pounder.
Come on, Henry.
Step right in, folks. The auction will begin shortly.
Gee, Father, I just happened to remember something. You know that darn dog that stole our turkey?
Mr. Brown's turkey.
Yes, sir. Well, I think his name is Dodo, and he belongs to that family that lives down on the corner of Main and Elm.
Where?
You know, where the fence is broken down.
Oh, yeah. That's the family Will Brown's always complaining about.
They got about 15 children.
Yeah, and 2 dogs for every child.
Pardon me, Mr. Aldrich. I want to get right up here in front.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Fry.
Well, now, folks. Folks, we're auctioning off just one turkey tonight, but it sure is a beauty. They say it's a direct descendant of the first turkey the Pilgrims ate.
Oh, hey. Hello there, Mr. Johnson.
Oh, hello, Will Brown. Hi, Homer.
Hi. We aren't late, are we? You haven't sold a turkey yet, have you?
No, sir, but we're going to start right away.
Come on, Homer. Let's get over here to one side.
Boy, am I tired.
Does this tear in my pants show?
What tear?
When that dog tripped me.
Well, it doesn't show too much if you don't bend down.
Homer, why couldn't you have remembered this auction before I tried to climb that fence?
All right, friends, here she is. It's all for charity, a worthy cause. Bid freely and generously. You may be sure good use will be made of the money. Now, what am I offered for this beautiful turkey?
$15.
15 on bid. That's an insult to this beautiful bird. I wouldn't be surprised to see her get up and walk off in a huff. Who'll make it 18? 20 I have. Why, the drumsticks are worth that.
25.
Now it's 25. Now it's 25.
30.
Now it's 30. Now we're going. I have 30 bids.
Father, aren't you going to bid?
$30.50.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Brown. I'm only taking dollar bids on this. It's all for charity.
All right, then. Make it 31.
31 what, Father? 31 what?
$30, I'm afraid.
31. 31 it is. Who'll make it 32?
33. I mean 32.
No, I heard you the first time, lady. 33 you made it, and thank you. 35. 35 on bid. 35.
Well, Homer, I guess that lets us out.
35 I have from Mr. Aldrich. Who'll make it 40?
Homer, did he say Aldrich?
Well, gee whiz.
Who'll make it 40?
45.
45 on bid. 45.
That'll show Sam Aldrich.
45.
50. 55.
Gee whiz, Father.
Keep quiet, Homer.
55 on bid. 55. Who'll make it 60?
60.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. You raised your own bid. Thank you.
I did?
65.
67.
70 I have. 70 for charity. 70 once. 70 twice.
Father, suppose Mother hears about this.
70 twice. Do I hear more?
What did he say, Homer? I don't want to make another mistake.
Do I hear more?
Father, I'd like to...
Now listen, Homer, for the last time, be quiet.
Sold for $70 to Samuel Aldrich.
Boo-hoo! That's a fine thing. And, Homer, it's all your fault.
Mine?
Well, how are you, Will?
How are you, Sam?
Mr. Aldrich, if you'll step up here and pay your $70.
All right, I'll be happy to.
Bye, Homer. Bye, Henry.
Mr. Aldrich, I want you to know this turkey is going to be wrapped and sent to one of the most deserving families in town.
What's that?
And presented, of course, with the compliments of the whole Aldrich family.
Oh, boy.
Here, Dodo. Come here, Dodo. Nice doggy, Dodo.
Won't he give you the turkey, Papa? Dodo, give Papa the turkey.
Junior, keep away. Do you want to frighten him? Here, Dodo. Give me that turkey. That's a nasty turkey, Dodo. You won't like it.
Papa, where do you suppose he got it?
Natalie, will you stand back and all the rest of you keep back?
All right, stand back, everybody, and let Papa get the turkey.
Now, Dodo, for the last time, I want that turkey. We need that turkey. I haven't had a turkey dinner in this house in years.
Daddy got it! Daddy, where's he got it?
Look at it, look at it.
Where do you suppose Dodo found that turkey, Papa?
Well, I don't believe in looking a gift dog in the mouth. Besides, Dodo knows a lot of people in this town. Is that the front door?
Yes, Papa.
It is? Now, look, Junior, take this turkey and go into the kitchen with it.
All right. It's our turkey now.
Good evening, Mr. Foley. I've got a surprise for you.
What's that, Mr. Johnson?
Here you are. It's partly from the Elm Street Church and partly from Sam Aldrich.
Oh, what's this, a turkey?
A 25-pounder and all the trimmings to go with it.
Oh, Papa! Gee whiz, another turkey! Thanksgiving! Happy Thanksgiving! Happy Thanksgiving!
Just a minute, Alice, and I'll turn the light out.
Don't forget to open the window before you get into bed.
Mother.
Yes, Henry, come in.
Mother, I hate to bother you, but could you look over this composition for spelling?
Not tonight, dear, but leave it here. I'll go over it in the morning.
All right, and thanks.
Good night, Henry.
Good night.
Good night, dear.
You know, Alice, I've been thinking it over.
You've been thinking what over, Sam?
I don't see any reason why we should ask the Browns over for dinner tomorrow.
To be quite frank, dear, I agree with you.
I'll admit we've been good friends, but after the way Will acted today...
And I didn't like Elizabeth's attitude.
So we might just as well...
Dear, how do you spell Pocahontas?
What's that?
I guess Henry spelled it right.
Anyway, I don't see any point in having guests here for a dinner of cranberries and chestnuts.
But, dear, I told you we're also having corned beef hash.
Hash?
Of course, I know it isn't turkey, but... Sam, how do you spell Pocahontas?
Pocahontas?
There's no K in it, is there?
There may be in the original Indian spelling.
Sam, listen to this.
Listen to what?
What I Did on Thanksgiving by Henry W. Aldrich.
Thanksgiving's tomorrow.
Yes, dear, but stop interrupting. This year, the same as last year, we did the same old stuff that we did every other year. To begin with, our dinner consisted of turkey. Only he scratched that out and wrote chicken.
Yeah? Where does he think he's going to eat chicken?
Then he scratched that out and just left it blank.
Oh.
After we finished this hearty meal, we felt very stuffed and all sat around and talked about the price of things and the weather and business and stuff like that. Back in the old days, however, it was much more interesting. Then there wasn't much food for anybody, and the Pilgrims had to shoot turkeys just like Indians. Pocahontas was one Indian, for example, but she was a good Indian. Mincemeat in those days they didn't have at that time, nor things like sage, because no more ships came in that year. When you once got some food, you had to hang on to it for dear life, because almost anybody might steal it, usually a wolf. There were no stores to buy things, so if a wolf took your turkey and stuff, you were out of luck.
Let me see that out. But it was because of all this that the Pilgrim Fathers, from whom we are all sprung, celebrated their first Thanksgiving and bowed their heads when they sat down over what was in many cases just plain cornmeal mush, which is something that even my mother has never gotten me to like as much as I admire the Pilgrims for the other things they did. But even cornmeal mush is all right, I guess, as long as they had neighbors to share it. Because, as my father says, when it comes to Thanksgiving, it's the spirit and not the stuffing that counts.
Father, Homer's on the phone. His folks say if we could bring over a few eggs, they have some cornmeal to make cornmeal muffins, and won't we come over for dinner tomorrow?
What do you mean, won't we come over? You tell them to pack up their cornmeal and come over here.
I can ask them.
Yes, dear, and tell Mrs. Brown if she has any cinnamon to please bring it. I'm going to make applesauce.
Fight communism by joining the Crusade for Freedom, the independent movement of the American people which supports Radio Free Europe and Radio Free Asia. These two networks are shattering the isolation which the Kremlin has imposed on its slave states. As a private enterprise, they can hit hard and expose the falseness of the communist line. They can spike the hate and lie campaign of the Soviets against the free world. So, help build more transmitters for Radio Free Europe and Radio Free Asia. Send your contribution to Crusade for Freedom, care of your local postmaster.
Not for another hour or so, dear.
Well, look, Mr. Foley's dog, Dodo, is out in the front yard.
Yes, Henry?
And Homer and I are going to take him and do a little hunting.
Hunting, dear?
Just around the neighborhood and see what we can dig up.
The Aldrich Family is transcribed as written by Clifford Goldsmith. Henry is played by Bobby Ellis and Homer by Jack Grimes. Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich are House Jameson and Catherine Roth. Your announcer is Dick Dudley. Listen again next week, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with the Aldrich Family.
Good night, everybody.
Now,
for the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Lever Brothers Company presents the Pepsodent Show, My Friend Irma, created by Cy Howard and starring Marie Wilson as Irma with Joan Banks as Jane.
Friendship, friendship, just a perfect friendship. When other friendships have been forgotten, theirs will still be hot. My friend Irma.
You know, when a girl is beautiful, like my roommate, Irma Peterson, it's all pretty wonderful. She has a lovely figure, gorgeous blonde hair, and a face that fairly takes your breath away. People wonder why it doesn't go to her head. I'll tell you why, because there it would die of malnutrition. Oh, now, don't get me wrong, I love the girl. It's only that sometimes she does things that give me a groan in the dome. For instance, the other day I was reading the paper, and I said, Irma?
Yes, Jane?
It says here that our shoreline is receding at the rate of 1 inch every 1,000 years.
Gee, that's wonderful. I can hardly wait to go bathing on Fifth Avenue.
Well, it takes all kinds of people to make a world. But right now, I'm too excited to even think about it. You see, I've just received a letter from Richard Rhinelander, my ex-employer, and still the #1 guy in my dreams.
Jane?
Yes, sweetie.
Who's the letter from?
It's from Richard.
Richard? Oh, Jane, what does he say?
I'll read it to you. Dear Jane.
Dear Jane? Oh, he loves you.
What makes you say that?
Because he said dear.
Irma, for your information, at income tax time, I got a letter from the government saying, Dear Miss Stacy, and believe me, the Treasury Department and I are not engaged.
Well, you can't go around with everybody. What else did he write?
Dear Jane, I am basking in the sun at the Rossmore Hotel in Palm Springs. I will be back in New York for Thanksgiving, and I am bringing you a Mexican serape.
Oh, gosh, he's adopted a baby.
Irma, a serape is a blanket. He simply mentioned the gift to show that he's thinking about me. Isn't that sweet?
Yes, men can be so sweet when they're far away. Of course, I like them close, too. You can take all the blankets you want. I'll take Al in person.
Oh, be still, Irma. Hey, I've got an idea. Since Richard will be back on Thanksgiving, let's you and I give a turkey dinner here in the apartment for our boyfriends.
Oh, that'll be wonderful, Jane. And I'm sure Al will have the day off because it's a legal holiday and the unemployment office will be closed.
Grand. Now, look, Irma, it's very important that we don't say anything about this to Mrs. O'Reilly and the professor. It's been a long time since I've seen Richard, and I don't want it spoiled by their constant quarreling. So remember now, not a word.
Oh, I understand, Jane. I won't mention the word turkey once.
Good.
I'll just say we're having chicken.
No, Irma, just don't say anything about Thanksgiving. Is that clear?
Well, of course, Jane.
Come in.
Hello, girls.
Oh, hello, Mrs. O'Reilly.
Merry Christmas.
Christmas? Why, Irma, darling, Thanksgiving isn't here yet.
Uh-oh, the cat's out of the bag.
Irma.
Oh, we're not having any turkey, you know.
How is everything with you, Mrs. O'Reilly?
Not so good, Janie. It's that Professor Kropotkin again. He left another one of his insulting notes on my door. Just listen to this. When I look into your eyes, my heart does flip-ups.
Well, I think that's a beautiful thought.
That's what I thought until I read the rest of it. Look what comes next. That's because you have a face that scares away me hiccups.
Well, you know the professor. He doesn't mean anything by it.
I don't know about that, Janie. The other day he took me to an antique show, and I was having a wonderful time bidding on an early American copper bathtub. And all of a sudden the professor began to laugh.
What was so funny?
He said it was the first time he'd ever seen one tub bidding on another tub.
Come in.
It's only me, Professor Kropotkin. Hello, Janie, Irma, and Mrs. O'Reilly. My 3 little birds. Janie, graceful like a swan.
Why, thank you, Professor.
And Irma, a little lovebird.
Oh, Professor, that's sweet.
And you, Mrs. O'Reilly.
Yes, Professor?
Old bat.
Why, you'll be a dead duck before I get through with you.
No, take it easy, Mrs. O'Reilly. I was only joking. No, to me, you are really an inspiration.
Why, Professor?
No, it's true. It's true. Seeing you here in the half-light with your beautiful red hair brings to mind my first romance. Her name was Sonia. Every evening I would find her by the lake with her faithful collie. And this is why every time I see you standing like this, I want to call out and say, "Here over, here over."
Why, you mangy old musician.
Please, the 2 of you. Don't you ever know when to call it quits?
I'm sorry, Janie. Mrs. O'Reilly, I apologize.
Well, I should think you would. I try so hard to be friendly with everyone. After all, it'll soon be Thanksgiving.
Yes?
And if you say I look like a turkey, I'll beat your brains out. Oh, turkey, that reminds me.
Irma.
Reminds you of what, dearie?
Well, you see, it reminds her of the 4th of July.
4th of July?
Yes, if you open your mouth, there'll be fireworks.
Well, I, for one, have made no plans for Thanksgiving. But as far back as I can remember, I've always been invited to a turkey dinner.
Is that so? Tell me, Mrs. O'Reilly, I've always wanted to know, was Miles Standish a big eater?
Well, as a matter of fact, he was... Now, look here, you...
Oh, Mrs. O'Reilly, I'm sure we'll all have a place to go on Thanksgiving.
I never worry about it, Janie. You see, Thanksgiving is so near the first of the year, and everyone wants to renew their lease. So I always get invited to dinner.
Yeah, I got throat trouble, too.
And I'm sure my best friends won't forget me.
Mrs. O'Reilly, you're priceless. Come on, we'll take a walk over to the automobile showrooms. I want you should stand alongside of a new Nash so I can make a comparison.
Oh, I know what you mean, Professor. We're both so streamlined.
Yes, and you're both seat 4 in the front.
Why, you...
Well, that was a bit of a hint, wasn't it, Irma?
Oh, yes, Jane. What are we going to do?
Nothing. We'll just go ahead with the dinner as we planned. After all, we're 2 young girls with beaux, and we're entitled to a little pleasure.
Certainly, we're not married.
Well, personally, I don't think the professor minds not being invited too much, but as for Mrs. O'Reilly, well, she is our landlady, and we've got to stay on the right side of her. So again, Irma, let me remind you, we do nothing to arouse her suspicion.
Oh, you can trust me, Jane. I won't breathe it to a living soul or any of my other friends.
Good. And look, honey, I've got to hurry to keep an appointment with the dentist, so would you mind going to the butcher's and ordering the turkey now so we'll have a good bird?
Oh, I'll be glad to, Jane.
Fine. See you later, sweetie.
Hello? What's that you say? My multiple theory on atomic fission works. Oh, that's nice. Who's it working for? Huh? Oh, no, I'm sorry. This isn't Einstein. My name is Peterson. You have the wrong number. But talking about fishing, if you ever want to go fishing, I'll be glad to go. Goodbye. Gee, now I know how Barbara Stanwyck felt, and sorry, wrong number. Come in.
Hiya, chicken.
Hello, Al, honey. Al, do you have any plans for Thanksgiving?
Well, to tell you the truth, chicken, I did plan on taking you out to dinner. But got a last-minute phone call which makes it necessary for me to be out of town Thanksgiving.
Oh, Al. Jane and I are having a big turkey dinner here, and you're invited. Now you can't make it.
Oh, you're wrong, chicken. Just happened to remember they took my phone out just before the call came through.
Al, you're always making sacrifices for me.
Glad to help you, chicken.
Oh, Jane wants me to go right out and order the turkey.
Yeah, chicken, are you and Jane going to have all the trimmings? You know, cranberries, sweet potatoes, stuffing, celery, olives?
Oh, sure, Al.
Well, in that case, I want to chip in.
Oh, Al, it won't be necessary.
No, I insist.
Well, all right, Al, if it'll make you feel any better. What would you like to bring?
Well, let's see. Yeah, I could bring flowers. Might give you hay fever. No point in bringing more candy. Just bought you a pack of Lifesavers last week. Champagne? Caviar? I got it. For them olives you're buying, you'll need toothpicks. Count on me for that.
Oh, no, Al. This is all on us. We want to catch the full spirit of the holiday. Al.
What, chicken?
How did they get the idea of having turkey on Thanksgiving?
Glad you come to me for knowledge, chicken, because I'm loaded with it. See, Thanksgiving originated with a bunch of pilgrims who came to America, led by some very famous men, such as William Penn, Buffalo Bill, and Wild Bill Hickok.
Hickok? Oh, I know. He's the man who invented the suspenders.
Precisely. Now, the Pilgrims really had a tough winter. There was a housing shortage, manufacturing was at a standstill, and everybody was really beaten out of work. So naturally, they thought they had something to be thankful for, so they decided to give a feast.
Oh, I see.
Now, the big delicacy in them days was bear meat. So they sent an Indian guide out to trap a bear. Unfortunately, this guide was nearsighted, and by mistake, he come back with a turkey.
Well, imagine that.
Yeah. And to this day, if it wasn't for that slight defect in Hiawatha's vision, we'd all be sitting down to a Thanksgiving dinner of stuffed bear.
Oh, gee, that would have been perfect for our dinner. Then we could all have a drumstick.
Well, them's the breaks. Come on, chicken, I'll walk you downstairs.
Is that you, Irma, honey? Come on in. Oh, hello, Mrs. O'Reilly. Well, you look awfully upset. Is anything wrong?
Yes. I've just told the Martins upstairs that I have a rule. No pets of any kind in this house.
Yes, I know how strict you are about that.
Well, I just found out they have a canary, and either that bird goes or they go. I'm going right back up there and give them 5 minutes to make up their mind.
Hello? Oh, Richard, how nice of you to call me long distance. Yes, I got your letter. What? Oh, Richard. Oh, no. Oh, murder. Richard, what? I sound crazy? I'm going crazy. I can't talk to you right now. Irma just walked in with a live turkey. Goodbye.
Merry Thanksgiving, Jane.
Irma Peterson, how could you bring home a live turkey?
Well, Jane, I was only trying to save money.
What do you mean, save money?
Well, I felt this one, and it's already stuffed.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Take that turkey back.
Oh, I can't, Jane. The butcher said he won't take George back.
George?
Yes, that's his name.
How do you know?
Well, the butcher said, do you really want this turkey? When I said yes, he said, well, by George. So I did.
Your winning smile is a Pepsodent smile. Again and again, people have found it true. The smile that wins is the Pepsodent smile. The story of Nancy Rule proves it. Her smile won success in the fabulous world of fashion. From Kentucky's Center College, Nancy went to Chicago to begin her career in a department store. There she won promotions and a husband. Now she's fashion stylist for their own store in Freeport, Illinois. When Nancy presents costumes she's chosen at New York's glittering style previews, her winning smile is an important asset. Nancy said,
"It's a Pepsodent smile. I've used Pepsodent toothpaste ever since I was in college. I love the way it brightens my teeth."
Like Nancy Rule, people all over America have found the smile that wins is the Pepsodent smile. In recent comparison tests, thousands of people preferred Pepsodent with Irium over the brands they've been using at home. Yes, Pepsodent won by the overwhelming average of 3-1 for its cool, minty taste, for making breath cleaner and teeth brighter. Try a new Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium, and you will see the smile that wins is the Pepsodent smile.
Let's pause here on KRLD.
To find out more about old-time radio, old-time video, and the pleasures of listening to audiobooks, visit the Audiobook Club website, www.audiobookclub.com, where you can get 4 audiobooks for just 1 penny.
MediaBay.com.
Stay tuned. In our next hour, I'll have the conclusion to My Friend Irma, plus an exciting episode of Richard Diamond, Private Detective, here on KRLD.
MediaBay.com.
Welcome back to the Radio Hall of Fame on KRLD News Radio 1080. I'm Carl Amari. Now for the conclusion to My Friend Irma.
Well, I sent my roommate out to buy a turkey. It's funny, I always thought her name was Irma Peterson, but it's turned out to be Frank Buck because she had to bring it back alive. She's standing in the doorway with the turkey in her arms. She is looking at the turkey, and the turkey is looking at her, and I'm looking at both of them, and I don't know which head to cut off. Irma, what in the world made you buy a live turkey?
Well, you didn't specify, Jen, and he looks so lonely.
But, sweetie, you know Mrs. O'Reilly doesn't allow pets of any sort in the apartment. What will we tell her? She'll throw us out.
Well, we could have cut a hole in the wall and let the turkey's head stick through and tell her we shot it in Africa.
Irma, before I shoot myself, let me make one thing clear. There is still a great housing shortage. If Mrs. O'Reilly finds out we're not inviting her to Thanksgiving dinner and then finds out we have a live turkey in the apartment, all three of us can take a boat to Africa.
Oh, no, Jane, if we're going to take a trip, I'd rather get you on a slow boat to China.
Irma, this is no time for joking. We're in trouble.
Well, now, let's see. Gosh, there must be some way of fooling Mrs. O'Reilly. I have it. I just bought a new hat, and maybe I can train the bird to sit on it, and I can say it came that way.
No, sweetie, it's liable to lay an egg, and we wouldn't be able to tell it from your head. Oh, nobody but you would bring home a turkey by the name of George.
Oh, see, Jane, isn't he cute? He knows his name.
Look, Irma, I'm not going to waste any more words. There's only one thing for us to do. You'll have to kill it.
Kill George? Oh, Jane, I can't.
Why not?
Would make him an orphan. I mean, I've grown very fond of him.
Oh, for goodness sakes, that's ridiculous.
You see, he just called me Mother. Oh, Jane, I couldn't do it.
Oh, stop dramatizing it. It's not that difficult. You just take a sharp knife and, well, you just cut off its head. It's simple.
But that's murder.
Oh, preposterous. There's nothing to it.
Then you do it.
All right, What's he saying now?
He wants a lawyer.
Oh, this is silly. You and your imagination. You're making a nervous wreck out of me. Oh, if that's Mrs. O'Reilly, this is the end. Who is it?
Me.
Oh, come in.
Hello, Jane. Hi, chicken. I was just about... Hey, that bird's a little early for dinner, ain't he?
Never mind the dialogue. Al, are you a man?
Well, unless I forgot to take off my Halloween costume, yes. What?
Irma bought this live turkey, and if Mrs. O'Reilly finds out about it, we're all dead ducks. So would you, kill it for us?
Who, me? Nothing doing. I ain't got nothing against him.
Al, don't tell me you're squeamish.
Cannot stand the sight of blood. Cut into a medium rare steak one time, almost passed out.
Don't blame the steak. It wasn't the blood you saw, it was the check.
Oh, no, Jane, Al has a soft heart. I know because every time I think about him, I get the same feeling in my head.
Well, thanks, chicken. But know what to do. You see, in a case like this, there's only one man who can help us.
Who, Al?
Who else but... Hello, Joe. Al, got a problem. Have to knock off a certain bird. What's my move? What? For a C note, one of your boys, Casual Casper, will do the job so it'll look like an accident? No, Joe, this is a feathered bird. A turkey. What do you advise? Uh-huh. Thanks, Joe, and goodbye, noble friend. Well, your problem is solved, girls. All we have to do is spread breadcrumbs around the electric fan. And when your little turkey starts poking his head around them blades, You turn on the switch, set the tape.
No, Al. I don't think I care for feathered wallpaper. Uh-oh. This could be it. Who's there?
Me again, Kropotski.
Oh, come in.
Hello, Janie, Irma, and Alan. Oh, look, it's a turkey. For a minute, I thought it was Mrs. O'Reilly.
His name is George.
A pleasure. Girls, I don't want to be a wet blanket, but if Mrs. O'Reilly sees that bird and realizes she isn't looking in a mirror, she's going to throw you both right out.
We know that, Professor. Maybe you can help us, huh?
Anything you want.
I knew we could count on you. Would you kill the turkey for us?
Certainly, it's simple.
Well, how are you going to do it?
I'll tell him he has to share my room with me and he'll commit suicide.
Well, I can see you're not going to be any help. Well, Irma, we have no choice. I know it sounds ridiculous, but we're going to put a leash around that bird's neck, and you and I are going to walk him down to the butcher shop.
Oh, but Jane...
Please, Irma. My mind is made up.
All right. Come on, George.
So long, George. I'll be seeing you Thanksgiving. You won't be seeing me, but I'll be seeing you.
Well, we managed to get the turkey out of the building without Mrs. O'Reilly seeing us. And now we're walking it down the street. Irma is leading the turkey on a leash.
Come on, Fido. Here, Fido.
Irma, why are you calling Fido?
Well, we won't be conspicuous if people think it's a dog. Come on, Fido.
Irma, can't you get that turkey to go faster?
No, I think he knows where we're going. He keeps pulling back.
That's silly.
Jane.
What?
He's looking at you.
He is? I mean, so what?
He's got tears in his eyes.
It's just your imagination. Now, come on. Oh, there's the butcher's. Irma, please, stop pulling on my skirt.
That isn't me, it's a turkey.
It is?
Yes. Why don't you look at him?
Oh, stop being so emotional. After all, it's only a turkey. I think I had no willpower if I allowed myself to be... Irma?
Yes?
What's he doing now?
He's still staring at you and crying.
Oh, this is ridiculous. We're behaving like children. Now, there's nothing to it. Come on, Irma. Here's the butcher. You take him in.
I can't. He trusts me.
Now, see here, Irma. If you think I'm going to let a turkey make a fool out of me... Oh, Irma.
What, Jane?
I think he trusts me, too. Well, we're back in the apartment. Irma, myself, and... guess who? That's right. Dear little George. So far, we haven't crossed paths with Mrs. O'Reilly, but it's only a matter of time. Irma, however, is quite calm about the whole thing. She's knitting. Irma, what are you doing?
I'm knitting some booties.
Irma!
They're for George. I mean Georgette. She just laid an egg.
Oh, quick, Irma. Put the turkey in the bathroom. This might be Mrs. O'Reilly.
Oh, all right, Jane. Okay, he's in the bathroom.
Come in.
Hello, Janie. I thought you had company. I heard a strange voice.
Oh, that was me.
You, Irma?
Yes, it was her.
Yes, there I go again.
Irma, are you sure that's you?
Yes, I have hiccups.
But it sounded like a bird.
Well, I had eggs for breakfast.
Mrs. O'Reilly, tell me, where did you buy that lovely hat?
I'm not wearing a hat.
Well, it's very becoming.
Don't change the subject. I know what's going on. You've got something in that bathroom. and I'm going to find out what it is right now.
Well, Irma, get the suitcases. We might as well start packing.
Oh, girls. Oh, will you ever forgive me for being so suspicious? The bathroom's empty. That sound must have come from one of the other apartments. I'll go see. Oh, and I'm so sorry I bothered you.
Irma, I can't believe it. Let's look in the bathroom. Well, for goodness sakes, you left the window open and Georgette has flown away. Irma, we're saved.
Well, this is terrible.
What do you mean, terrible?
Who's going to sit on the egg?
Your winning smile is a Pepsodent smile. Again and again, people have found the smile that wins is the Pepsodent smile. That's borne out by the vote of thousands who tried new Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium in a recent nationwide test. These people were given plain, unlabeled tubes of Pepsodent and were asked to compare it with the brands they were using at home. When their votes came in, Pepsodent won by the overwhelming average of 3-1. These people say new Pepsodent tastes better, makes their breath cleaner, and their teeth brighter than any other toothpaste they tried. Remember, that's not just our opinion. That's what people say. They say it 3-1. They've seen Pepsodent with Irium remove the film that makes teeth look dull, uncover new brightness in their smiles. Try it, and you will see the smile that wins is the Pepsodent smile.
The day is saved. We still have no turkey for Thanksgiving, but at least we haven't been dispossessed by Mrs. O'Reilly, who's so strict about her rule, no pets. Irma, however, seems to be terribly concerned about this. Irma, honey, what's troubling you?
Oh, gosh. Now I'm afraid to have Al come over. All we do is pet.
And you know, talking about pets, me, Jane Stacy, I'm happy to live a dog's life with my friend Irma.
My Friend Irma is produced and directed by Cy Howard. Park Levy writes the script with Stanley Adams and Roland McLean, and it's brought to you by Pepsodent Toothpaste with Irium, another fine product of Lever Brothers Company. Marie Wilson is starred as Irma, with Joan Banks as Jane. The part of Al was played by John Brown. Hans Conried was heard as Professor Kropotkin, and Gloria Gordon as Mrs. O'Reilly. Music was under the direction of Lud Guskin. Don't forget, you'll be able to hear My Friend Irma on the big 2-hour, star-studded Thanksgiving Day program over most of these stations. Losses due to fires are at an all-time high and still skyrocketing. With preventable fires striking at the lives of our citizens, their homes, communities, and our forests, it behooves all of us to help prevent the destruction and loss which fire inevitably causes. This is Wendell Niles reminding you to tune in 1 hour earlier next week and listen to the Lux Radio Theater, followed by the Pepsodent show My Friend Irma. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell, P-R-E-L-L, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, Thursday was Thanksgiving, as that fresh cranberry stain on your vest will indicate, and today we find Chester A. Riley thankful that it's all over. But a few days before Thanksgiving, Riley was singing a different tune as he was walking home from work with his friend, neighbor, and co-worker, Jim Gillis.
Hey, wait, Gillis. Let's go down this street here. I got to pick up our Thanksgiving turkey at Al's Meat Market.
Oh, I'm glad you reminded me. My honeybee told me to pick ours up.
Great guy, Al. You know, in our house, all four of us like the drumstick, and nobody likes the whatchamacallit. So this year, Al promised to give me a turkey with 4 drumsticks.
How is that possible? One turkey with 4 drumsticks?
Yeah, well, with Al, it's easy. Some other customer will get a turkey with no drumsticks and 2 whatchamacallits. You know, I love Thanksgiving, Gillis.
Yeah, me too. It's nice to stay home and bask on the bosom of the family.
Yeah, we're pretty lucky compared to other guys. We got something to be thankful for. After all, we've got our health.
Yeah, that's something to be thankful for.
We each got fine kids and we're married to 2 fine, plain, home-loving girls.
Yeah, that's something to be thankful for.
You know, Gillis, we might have married a couple of flashy dames just for their looks. You know the type, those luscious blondes with those gorgeous figures, but we didn't.
That's something to be thankful for.
And that ain't all. I'm thankful for the good friends I got. Like you, Gillis. A guy couldn't ask for no better friend than you. You're wonderful.
I love you too, Riley. I feel like we're more than just friends. We're brothers.
Oh, we're more than brothers. We're sisters. Under the skin. I'll never forget what you did that time our house burned down and we had no place to live.
What did I do? So I let your family live in my house for a couple of weeks. Any noble-type person would have did the same.
Yeah, but you only charged us $4 a day, the ceiling price.
Well, one good thing deserves another. I was just paying you back for that time 5 years ago when I needed that blood transfusion to save my life. I'll never forget how you offered your blood.
Oh, it was nothing. I just called up the blood bank and told them to give you a pint out of the quart I gave them.
I know, Riley, but it ain't your blood. It's the thought behind it.
Gillis, I got a great idea. Why don't you and the family have Thanksgiving dinner at our house? We'll all give thanks together.
Hey, that's a super pipe idea. I'll bring over our turkey and all the trimmings.
Great. Oh, boy, what a Thanksgiving we'll have. 2 turkeys, 2 dishes of cranberry sauce, 2 boats of gravy, 2 pumpkin pies, 2 big cigars to smoke after dinner.
And 2 wives to do the dirty dishes.
Chester Riley, how could you go and invite the Gillises for Thanksgiving dinner without telling me? I'd like to feed my guests, and we've only got 1 small turkey.
Relax, Peg, relax. I also invited their turkey.
Oh. Oh, no. No, it's not right to let guests bring food. Now, we'll buy
them. It's real holiday spirit. When we sit down to eat, it won't be their food or our food. It'll be all for one and everybody for himself. We'll have fun.
Oh, I don't mind Mr. Gillis, but Mrs. Gillis is an awful pill.
Now, see here, Babs. You're talking about my best friend's wife. Honeybee Gillis is not a pill.
Bob's right. She's long and skinny. She's more like a capsule.
Junior.
You watch that fresh talk, Junior. You ain't getting so big that I can't get your mother to spank you.
I'm sorry, Pop, but that Egbert Gillis is murder. And when he sits down at the table, he eats like a wolf.
I said stop it. Just remember, that wolf happens to be the cub of my best friend. Now, it's all settled. The Gillises are coming to dinner. My head's made up.
Hurry up, Riley. We'll be late for work.
So anyway, Gillis, when I told Peg and the kids that you and the family is coming over for Thanksgiving dinner, they was thrilled. You know what they said?
How should I know what they said? I ain't the kind of a next-door neighbor goes around eavesdropping.
Well, they said, Riley, that's a wonderful idea.
Oh, fine. And tell Junior not to worry. I'll see that my Egbert don't eat like a wolf.
Gillis, you heard.
Well, ever since that cut-rate dentist filled my tooth with copper, my ears pick up like a radio. Now, come on. If we're late once more this month, the boss will blow his top.
Oh, quit worrying. Mr. Stevenson went out of town for Thanksgiving.
No, he's staying here. Only his family went away. The chauffeur told me.
Oh, well, then we better snap it up.
Hi, fellas.
Hiya, Sharky.
Hi.
Heard the news? Botkin quit his job.
You mean the foreman, Benzedrine Botkin?
No kidding. Who's going to be the new foreman?
Nobody knows yet. Stevenson is going to announce somebody after Thanksgiving.
Oh, that's a great job. I wonder who's going to get it.
Yeah, I wonder. Every guy in the plant is angling for it. All sorts of schemes going on. Well, I got to go, fellas.
Hey, Sharky, what's that you got wrapped in that newspaper?
Oh, this?
Yeah.
Just some petunias I picked for the boss's desk.
Ain't that disgusting, Riley? What some guys won't do just to butter up the boss.
Positively sickening. Now, me, I don't mind putting in 8 hours of hard work for Stevenson, and I'll gladly work overtime for time and a half. But when it comes to playing up to him, I draw the line. That's when I revolt.
I'm with you, pal. I revolt, too.
Yes, sir. We're both revolting.
Hello, Stevenson speaking.
Hello, boss. This is Gillis. I just heard you're going to be a bachelor on Thanksgiving. Me and the family would love to have you break bread on us.
Well, say, that's awfully nice of you, Gillis. I think I can... hold on a minute, will you? My other phone's ringing. Hello?
Hello, boss. This is Ratty. What are you doing for dinner on Thanksgiving?
You invited Mr. Stevens?
Well, sure. He'll let me know definite tomorrow, but he'll come. Yes, sir. I'm out to get that foreman's job, Dumpling, and this will cinch it.
Oh, how?
While you're stuffing his stomach with turkey, I'll be stuffing his head about how good I am.
Oh, but you can't do that, especially with the Gillises here.
Oh, the Gillises won't be here. I'll uninvite them.
You couldn't do that. It isn't fair.
Yeah, I know it's kind of a double cross, but this may be the break of my lifetime. And after all, I'm not double-crossing just anybody. I'm doing it to my best friend.
But, honeybee, don't you get it? I invite the big boss here to dinner, I get in good with him, and the next day I'm foreman.
But you promised to go to the Riley.
Oh, I'll get out of that pooch face. This is a crucial thing. Now leave everything to me, vision of loveliness. Hey, Riley.
Oh, hiya, Gillis. I was just coming over to see you, pal.
I was just coming over to see you, Riley, my friend.
Listen, chum. About this joint Thanksgiving dinner over at my joint. I was thinking...
That's funny, Riley. So was I.
Yeah, I thought maybe we ought to call it off.
Oh, you was?
Yeah. You see, Gillis, I figured the best way to keep a friendship going is not to get too friendly.
Well, you got a good point there in your head.
In fact, it's very dangerous to get together Thanksgiving. I can see just what's going to happen. You'll come over with your wife and egg bread and your turkey. And there's me and my wife and kids and our turkey. It's very crowded.
Where am I sitting?
On the piano stool. Very uncomfortable. And everybody's nerves is on edge. First thing you know, my junior says to your egg bird, "Hey, egghead, don't eat like a wolf."
Yeah, and then my egg bird takes a poke at your junior and gives him a bloody nose.
Right. And then my wife comes in, takes one look at Junior and yells, "Junior, wipe that cranberry sauce off your face."
But then she finds out what happened, so she turns on my honeybee.
That's right. And Peg says, "Really, honeybee, you might teach that brat of yours some manners." And then, naturally, your honeybee turns on my Peg.
Well, naturally. And she tells your wife off, but good.
And then I got to stick up for Peg, so I say, "Pipe down, honeybee, you're nothing but a pill." And that gets you sore, Gillis.
Why, that's what I always say. Oh! Yeah. I'm fine up, so I say, "See here, Riley, I'm the only one can insult my wife." And then I pick up a turkey leg and throw it at you.
And I throw a whatchamacallit at you.
Right in the eye I get it. So I say to you, "Listen, you big baboon."
Who's a big baboon, Gillis, I say?
You are, you weasel, I say.
Well, if that's the way you feel, beat it. Go on, take your wife and your kid and your turkey and your stuffing.
Okay, I'm going. You know, if that's the way it's going to be, Riley, we better call this dinner off.
Yeah, I agree with you, Gillis.
Well, so long, pal.
Hello, chum. Happy Thanksgiving. We need some more rivets, Gillis.
Oh, yeah. Oh, quitting time, Riley.
Yeah, okay. You know, I sure am glad we called off our Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, much better we should each have a quiet dinner with no headaches, except our wives.
Yeah, you're right.
Riley.
Mr. Stevenson, what's he doing in the shop?
Riley, I want to thank you again for your invitation for Thanksgiving dinner.
Why, you double-crossing snake.
And, Gillis, I want to thank you for your invitation.
Gillis, why, you're a bigger snake than I am.
Well, what's the trouble, boys?
So that's why you wanted to get out of our joint dinner.
Well, what about you?
Now, wait a minute, boys. Were you planning to have Thanksgiving dinner together?
Well, yes, only we...
Well, fine. That solves everything. I can accept both of your invitations at the same time. So go right ahead with your original plans and count me in. See you tomorrow at 3.
What a revolting development this is.
But, Jimsy, I thought your boss was coming here for dinner.
No saccharine lips. That's all changed now. We're all going to eat at Riley's.
Oh, but Egbert's been invited to Artie Meyer's house.
Good. Maybe it's better my boss don't see our Egbert. Things are tough enough.
Well, all right, we'll go. Even if it is Riley's house, you can still drop a few hints about the foreman's job.
Oh, no, that's out. Riley and me made an honorable deal. And Hinton wouldn't be croquette.
I guess you're right. It's not the honest thing to do.
But I got a better plan. We're bringing a turkey, and Riley's got a turkey. But what do we need 2 turkeys for?
Well, yes, one will be enough for 7 people, especially the portions Riley serves.
So I'll sell our gobbler and buy the boss a box of his favorite cigars. That'll put us in salad.
Oh, Jimsy, you're so clever.
But, Dumplin', it's so simple. Gillis is bringing a turkey, and we got a turkey. What do we need 2 turkeys for?
Well, yes, it is a lot, and today with the food shortage...
Sure, so I'll sell our turkey and buy the boss a cigar lighter. It's patriotic to save food, and the boss will love me for that lighter.
Well, now, wait, Riley.
Poor Gillis. I bet he'd love to borrow my brain.
Well, I don't like it, Riley. It's underhanded, and it's just not fair.
I know, Peg, but you don't understand. This is business. And the business world, it's like a jungle. Beast against beast. That's the only way to get ahead. So don't you worry. When I'm foreman, you'll give thanks that you're married to a beast like me.
We'll hear the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment.
Say, Ken, millions are asking for Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in a handy tube.
Of course, Prell's popular for 2 reasons.
First, Prell leaves hair more radiant than any soap or soap shampoo because Prell can't leave a dulling soap film.
Second, Prell's a wonder for unsightly dandruff. Yes, Prell removes such dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Examinations by a group of doctors proved it. In case after case, even stubborn dandruff was controlled by only 2 Prell shampoos a week.
And that handy Prell tube's popular, too. No messy jars, no waste or spill.
A little makes mountains of lather. So for hair radiantly clean, hair free of unsightly dandruff, ask for...
P-R-E-L-L Prell Shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L Prell Shampoo.
By Prell. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley.
Well, got the table all set.
Oh, it looks beautiful, Babs. Hey, where's the carving knife?
Oh, here it is, Pop.
I wonder if it's sharp enough. Junior, bend your head down.
Riley! For heaven's sake.
Oh, don't get excited. I just want one hair.
Now, who left the door open like that? Oh, shut that.
No. Leave it open.
Well, why, Daddy?
Well, Gillis's hands will be so full carrying his turkey, he won't be able to ring the bell.
Oh, don't be silly. Shut it, Dad.
Say, I almost forgot the champagne. Where's the champagne?
Oh, here, Daddy.
Junior, empty the ashes out of the bucket and fill it with ice. I'll put the champagne in. I want the boss to have everything like he has at home. Oh, this champagne's great stuff. Imported from San Diego.
Oh, that must be the Gillises.
Happy Thanksgiving, folks.
Oh, Mr. Gillis.
Come in, Gillis, old pal. I hope you've run your appetite.
Don't worry, Riley. I'll gorge up my quota of victuals.
Hello, Mr. Gillis.
Hi.
Gillis, you're alone?
Oh, no. Honeybee went in through your kitchen.
Oh, naturally.
Boy, that turkey smells delicious.
Oh, yeah, I smell it, too. That aroma sure has a wonderful odor.
Well, I don't smell any turkey.
Well, Ted, where's your nose? Why, the air is reeking with it.
It certainly is. Pardon me while I drool.
Well, I better give Honeybee a hand in the kitchen. Oh, there's Mr. Stevenson.
Now, remember, Gillis, no hinting about the job.
Not a word.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Oh, hello, Mr. Stevenson. Come
Hi,
in.
boys.
Hi there, Chief.
Well, Junior, Barbara.
Hello, let me take your coat.
Thank you, Barbara.
Here, sit down, boss. Make yourself at home in my chair.
What Gillis means is make yourself at home in my chair. In my home.
I hope I'm not too early, Riley.
Oh, no, you're just in time. We were all waiting for you, including the turkey.
Turkey. Just the thought of it makes my mouth water.
Riley, give the boss a blotter.
Now, shall we sit down, Peg? Huh?
Yes, dear, I'm all ready.
Hello there, everybody.
Hello, honeybee.
Oh, Mr. Stevenson, charmed, simply charmed.
Pleasure to see you, Mrs. Gillis.
Well, shall we sit down, Honeybee?
Yes, by all means, darling.
Well, let's see. You sit here, Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you.
And, let's see. Honeybee and Miss Gillis sit there. And Barney sits there.
Yeah.
Oh, and Babs and Junior. Oh,
Here, Mr. Stevenson. Here, Mr. Stevenson, you do the coughing. Huh?
Oh, no, I couldn't, Riley.
Oh, go on. You're good at cutting salaries. Try it on a turkey.
Well, all right. Well, I'm all set. Bring on the turkey.
Okay, bring on the turkey.
Yep, bring on the turkey.
All right, Honeybee, bring on the turkey.
Say, where is it, Peggy, dear?
Why, in the kitchen where you put it.
I didn't put it anywhere. Where'd you put it, darling?
Something wrong, folks? Why, don't worry, boss. We'll track it down. Gillis, where's the turkey you brought?
Oh, I didn't tell you. I didn't bring any.
You didn't?
Well, where's the turkey you had?
Oh, well, that's right. I didn't tell you. We ain't got it. Oh. You see, we thought you were...
Oh, dear.
Oh, my. Gypsy, run down to the delicatessen and see if you can get some turkey. Hurry.
Okay, sit tight. Excuse me a minute, folks.
Riley, say something.
I read in a magazine once that sardines have got more vitamins than all...
How's school coming, Junior?
Oh, fine, Mr. Stevenson.
Nice weather for Thanksgiving, isn't it? Wonder how Cornell make out against Penn. I was thinking of going to see the new play at the Madison tonight, but I hear it's in Turkey. Oh, come now, folks. Just because there's been a little mishap with the turkey doesn't mean we all have to be so glum. Who wants this carving knife?
Oh, you can't imagine how embarrassed I am, Mr. Stevenson.
Well, please don't be. Worse things can happen.
Yeah, the boss is right. Why, if somebody walked in now and saw us sitting here like this, they'd think this was a funeral.
Speak for yourself, John.
Digger, it's you.
Yes, it is I. Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker. You're looking fine. Very hungry.
Why didn't you ring the bell, Digger?
Well, I came in through the kitchen. You see,
This is my boss, Mr. Carl Stevenson. Boss, Digger Odell.
How do you do?
Carl Stevenson. Well, as I live and breathe, if you'll pardon the expression. Glad to know you, sir. One of my dearest cronies was your late uncle, Rufus Q. Stevenson, the pawnbroker.
Oh, yes, good old Uncle Rufus.
A fine man. He once helped me out of a hole. I've always regretted I couldn't do the same for him.
We were almost going to have a little Thanksgiving dinner, Digger.
Ah, Thanksgiving. My favorite holiday. Started by the Pilgrims, one of whom was my ancestor, Roger Odell.
Really?
Ah, yes. He started the family profession a stone's throw from Plymouth Rock.
Gee, a pilgrim.
The very day they landed, they were attacked by a ferocious band of Iroquois. And Roger Odell personally made 50 Indians bite the dust.
Wait a minute, Digger. He killed 50 Indians?
No, the others killed them, but Odell made them bite the dust. Well, toodaloo.
Oh, we'd ask you to stay for dinner, Mr. Odell.
Oh, no, thank you. My family and I were invited at the last minute to be the guests of J.J. Gabriel.
Oh, yeah. He's the town's biggest undertaker.
Oh, yes. He does a land office business.
You're eating dinner at his place?
I have to for business reasons. So I brought you over our turkey, all cooked and ready to serve.
Digger! You brought us a turkey?
Yes, I laid it out in the kitchen.
Oh, Digger, you saved my life.
I did? Well, after all, it's a holiday.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Odell.
I really must go. Gabriel is waiting for me outside. That's Gabriel now. And you know me. When Gabriel blows his horn, I come a-running. Cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Boy, Digger sure saved our life with this turkey, eh? Gillis, can't you eat quieter? You sound like the super chief.
On my word, Mrs. Riley, I haven't had a meal like this in years.
Neither have we.
Oh. That's no way to talk.
Don't yell at the boy, Dumpling. He only means we can't eat like this every day with the salary I get on the job I got now. Have some more of my turkey, boys. Huh?
Hey, Riley, no hinting. Here, boys, have one of my radishes.
No, thank you, really.
How about a little more pie? Here, take mine.
No, take mine. I ain't bitten into mine yet.
More coffee, boss?
Please, boys, not another morsel. All I want now is to fall into a soft chair and smoke a good cigar.
Oh, well, here, smoke a whole box with my love.
Well, light him with this nifty lighter, right from my heart.
Well, boys, this is very nice of you, but you really shouldn't have done it. I don't expect any presents.
Oh, forget it, boys.
Well, shall we go in the other room?
Yeah, no, wait. Let's drink a toast.
Good idea. What do we drink to?
Let's drink to the health and happiness of the new foreman.
Oh, then you know Riley.
Well, I sort of guess.
You know too, Gillis?
Well, I know what a great executive you are, boss. So there's only one man you could pick. Get ready, honeybee.
I'm too excited.
Well, I'm glad you men like the man of my choice. So here's luck to the new foreman, Joe Beamish.
That's Joe Beamish. Joe Beamish? Joe Beamish?
Yes, Joe Beamish. Fine fellow. Oh, Gillis, hand me that ashtray, please.
Get it yourself.
Don't be rude.
Something wrong? Riley, what's the matter?
What's the matter? Making Joe Beamish foreman. After all we did for you, some gratitude.
What Riley's saying, I'm endorsing in spaceship.
Now, wait.
When you opened up the plant and you couldn't get no help, who gave up a good job to go and work for you? We did. But where was Joe Beamish?
Go on, Riley. Give it to him good.
Right in front of me.
But Riley...
During the war, we could have gotten better jobs for more pay, but we stuck with you. And where was Joe Beamish then?
He was flying a plane over Germany.
Germany. That's a fine place to be with a war going on. Oh, that Joe Beamish. The one who was wounded?
Yes. He's out of the hospital now. And he uses that artificial leg just fine. Besides that, he has seniority, and he's a fine worker.
You couldn't have picked a better man, boss.
I'm sorry if I've disappointed you fellas.
Oh, you didn't, Mr. Stevenson. What Riley says, I agree with him.
Honest, I ain't disappointed either. Joe Beamish deserves the job.
That's the way to talk, dear. I don't mind if you're not foreman.
Oh, sure. Why should you mind, Dumpling? After all, you got plenty to be thankful for as it is. You're still young and good-looking. You got a son who's handsome. You got a daughter who's gorgeous. And you got a husband who... Hey, if there's any more turkey left, I'll have to whatchamacallit.
Riley's will be back in just a moment. The Wonder Shampoo. That's what they say about Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. From Fair Lawn, New Jersey, Mrs. P.S. Keller writes,
I am so pleased with the results of my Prell shampoo. Even in our hard water, Prell really worked wonders. Left my hair clean and soft, nicely manageable.
Yes, one trial, and you'll agree, Prell's a wonder for two reasons. First, Prell removes unsightly dandruff quickly. Second, Prell leaves hair radiantly lovely. Buy, try.
P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is inside. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo.
Well, it ended up a nice dinner after all, didn't it, honeybee?
Oh,
Simply scrumptious.
And even if we ain't foremen, we're still friends. Hey, Riley? Through thick and thin.
Yes, Sir Gillis, and believe me, they don't come any thicker than us.
Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix can currently be seen in the Paramount picture Where There's Life. The script is by Reuben Ship and Alan Lipscott. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. The Life of Riley is produced and directed by Irving Brecker.
Oh, she was the Duchess' daughter. Her finery looked just so. She washed them all as you water with wonderful ivory snow.
Ah, wonderful ivory snow. The soap that's so kind to your hands, you just know it's kind to sheer nylons and dainty lingerie. And your hands will tell you why Ivory Snow keeps lovely washables lovely longer. Prove it. This week, wash your dishes with Ivory Snow. When you see how it pampers your hands, you'll really know it's extra kind of fine fabrics. There's no other soap like it. Ivory Snow is the only soap, both ivory mild and in granulated form. Make suds instantly in lukewarm, even in cool water. Your hands will tell you why Ivory Snow keeps pretty lingerie and other nice things lovely longer.
Oh, wonderful ivory snow.
S-N-O-W.
This is Ken Carpenter reminding you that for radiantly clean, lovely hair, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo. And listen again next week when Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
For a good Thanksgiving dinner, many bird has lost his head. But they never miss him because after all they're dead. But you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Nord.
Transcribed from Hollywood, Norge, a division of Ford Warner, manufacturers of America's most modern automatic and wringer washers, gas and electric ranges, water heaters, and home freezers. Originators and world's largest manufacturers of self-defrosting refrigerators, Norge presents The Red Skelton Show. With Red Skelton, David Rose and his orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGee, and Dick Ryan, and the Smith twins will be me, Rod O'Connor. Now the star of our program, MGM's clown, Red Skelton.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hiya, Rod.
Hiya, Red. Say, I want to...
Hold it a second, Rod. This being the Thanksgiving season, I think we should have a moment of silence for all those turkeys gave up their lives so that people could make hogs out of ourselves. Okay, now what were you going to say?
Well, I was going to tell you that I stuffed my own turkey this year.
Yeah, what?
I said I was just going to say that I stuffed my own turkey this year.
Yeah, from the look, you stuffed it down your mouth.
Say, the price of the turkey was really high this year.
Yeah, if the price of turkey goes any higher, next year we will probably have used turkey dealers. You'll have to trade in your old 1951 model turkey to get a 52 model. It costs so much to get a new one. I know what's coming and it stinks. It will cost almost as much as the new ones, and that won't include the accessories such as stuffings and drumsticks. I warned you.
Well, how much did your turkey cost this year?
Oh, I couldn't afford to buy one this year. The FHA wouldn't finance it. So I just dusted off the one we had last year.
You ate a year-old turkey?
Sure, I like them better when they're cold. After I finished eating it last year, we put it in what was left in the deep freeze, along with last year's Christmas tree.
Is there anything left on the turkey to eat?
Not much, mostly goose pimples.
Hey, those freezers are...
Hey, you know what I did? This turkey, one year, we had a turkey. I have a way of getting rid of them, you know.
You do?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I take an axe, see, and I look at the turkey right in the eye, see, and I let him watch me. And then he keeps his eye on me, and I run real fast, and he wrings his own neck.
You were talking about deep freezers a minute ago, Red. Those freezers are really wonderful, aren't they?
Yeah, well, I'll say. I got stuff in my freezer that's 5 years old. I think some of these jokes came from that.
You mean you keep your jokes in your deep freezer?
No, the writer's in there.
Oh. Well, I happen to know you bought a turkey this year. How big a turkey is it?
Well, it was supposed to weigh 30 pounds, but when I took the feathers off of him, he looked absolutely indecent. And he only weighed 10 pounds.
How come?
Underneath those feathers, he was wearing padding. Those weren't his real drumsticks.
Oh, come on now, Rick.
You ever see some of these guys around Hollywood with those suits with the paddings in them? They walk around, they take off their coat, they look like the unveiling of a broom.
You mean those really weren't his real shoulders? You're kidding.
No. The turkey weighed about 30 pounds, but the time we ate him, he only weighed 10 pounds, you see. I bought him alive, and he became a pet. And we liked him so well that we couldn't stand to kill him. So we starved him to death. In case anyone's still listening, here's the Smith twins to sing Count Your Blessings.
Count your blessings and be content with what you got. Count your blessings, forget what you have not. Sing a little melody happily and merrily. It doesn't cost you a cent. So, count your blessings, it's time well spent. One little blessing, I love you. 2 little blessings, you love me. 3 little blessings for today. And many more to come our way. So, count your blessings and be content with what you got. Count your blessings. Forget what you have not. Play a little melody, happily and merrily. It doesn't cost you a cent, so count your blessings. It's time well spent. It's time well spent.
I'll
I'll bet you ladies could use some extra help from now on through New Year's. Well, here's how you can get it. Help that never forgets, never talks back, and never gets tired. Get the new Norge 4-way automatic electric range that cooks by remote control. You just tell it what to do by setting the selector switch on automatic. And your Norge will turn itself on at the right time, cook a whole dinner to perfection, then turn itself off again. And it's not just the oven that works automatically. The deep well cooker, the high-low surface unit, and the appliance outlet work automatically, too. And this new Norge is so speedy. The new flat-top surface elements get the heat into the food faster. And there's a super-fast rocket element that gets red hot in seconds. Then there's the big Norge blended heat oven. It not only bakes better, but it bakes cheaper. Actually bakes with the electricity off 3/4 of the time. Why not trade in your old range for a new remote-controlled electric model now, so you can enjoy it during the holidays? You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, we present a story entitled Things to be Thankful For. Chapter 1 is dedicated to all wives who should be thankful they don't have a husband like Willie Lump Lump.
Good morning, Willie.
Who's trying to start an argument? What are you waking me up for? First, you dragged me off to a Thanksgiving party last night, and then the cops dragged me home. I got a drag around this town, boy. I'll get lost so I can get some sleep.
But it's time for you to go to work.
You mean you woke me up just to tell me that? Of all the low down... I will get you if it's the last thing I do.
Willie, if you don't hurry up, you'll be late for work.
So I'm late for work. So what? There's not much of a future at that Tutti Frutti factory. They can get along without me. I'm tired of being the head Tutti around there anyhow. I thought by now I could have at least worked myself up to be an assistant Fruity. You see what I do? When the Tutti Frutti comes by, I separate it. I see that there's not more Tutti than Fruity. And sometimes there's more Fruity than there is Tutti. That's my job. You know what? I can get along without me very well.
Remember, you've got 3 mouths to feed.
Yeah? Will you grow 2 more?
I was referring to myself and the other responsibility we acquired a year after we were married.
Oh, yeah. Well, look, you tell your mother I'm tired of supporting. Your mother in that Carlsbad tavern that she calls a mouth. As far as I'm concerned, my dear little bride, you can tell her to pack her racing form and get out.
Will you please get out of bed?
I am sorry. I have so many covers over me, I have to use a bookmarker to find myself. I put too many covers on last night, and they've got me pinned down. I'm stuck to the springs.
Well, no wonder. You're sleeping under the mattress.
Well, I wanted to put my pants under the mattress so they'd have a nice crease in them, see? But I was just too tired to take them off.
Here's some clean socks.
Clean socks? Aren't we getting a little extravagant?
Billy, you'll be home early tonight.
I'll be home 20 minutes after.
20 minutes after what?
After they throw me out of Joe's place. That reminds me, I'm thirsty.
Oh, I'll get you some water.
I said thirsty, not dirty.
A glass of water won't hurt you.
Oh, no. Did you ever see the inside of a water pipe?
And did you ever see the inside of a fermented keg?
All right. I'd rather be moldy than rusty. Why do you want me to come home early for tonight? Your mother wrestling on television again?
No. We're invited out to a Thanksgiving dinner. And by the way, Willie, the party is formal.
Oh, well, good.
I need a new dress for the party.
A new dress? What's wrong with the last dress I bought you? Goodness me.
It's out of style.
Already? Why, you just got it for MacArthur's speech. The one that he made and he graduated from West Point.
Oh, Willie, I spend less on an evening gown than you spend in a week at Joe's.
Well,
place.
I'm glad that you admit that you're all wasteful with money.
Well, I guess we'll just have to cancel our date. I refuse to wear my old dress. It makes me look a fright.
As long as it's an improvement, who cares?
Well, if you want me to make a good impression, or maybe you don't. Maybe you'd rather I wear old rags, or go in a gunny sack.
You would look good in a gunny sack. Well, match that potato head you got. Besides, my bank account is getting pretty low. Low.
Have your checks been bouncing?
Bounce, I got news for you. The last month, when the bank returned my check, the mailman dribbled it to the door.
Oh, Willie, must you yell? You want all the neighbors to hear you?
I don't care if they do. I don't have to impress people. I don't have to impress people, especially neighbors. Always peeking over the fence, borrowing sugar, everything, and I don't have to impress people.
You said that twice.
I said what?
You don't have to impress people.
That's what I just said. You and your big mouth.
My mouth isn't big.
Oh, no? And why was it when we were in New York, you were standing by the Hudson River, and you yawned, and the guy says, where do I pay toll to go through the tunnel?
What did you say?
Well, it took you an awful long time not to hear me. I said I don't have to impress people.
Look, who's talking about impressing people?
Who?
You.
I sound like an owl. Who? I wasn't paying any attention. See, I never listen to anything I say. I talk to myself, and at times I get some pretty stupid answers. I bore me.
And I noticed that last night at our party you tried to impress your boss with one of your fancy mixers.
Oh, yeah. What's wrong with that?
I suppose you know your boss is in the hospital.
Well, it was an Air Corps special. What happened to him?
Well, you fixed him one of your Willie Lump specials.
That's the old Air Corps drink.
Well...
You mean one of those yummy yogurts with vodka?
Yes.
Formaldehyde chaser?
He drank just one, and then he opened the window on the second floor and said, well, I think I'll fly around the block.
Oh, yeah, I remember that now.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Then why didn't you stop him?
I thought he could make it.
And now here's David Rose and his orchestra playing their arrangement of All the Things You Are.
Now for our weekly homemaker hint from Jane Masters, co-director of the Norge Home Economics Department.
Hello there. If you have a refrigerator with a cross-top freezer or a home freezer, here's a smart way to get a head start on your holiday baking. Instead of baking just enough layers for one cake, bake 6 layers and freeze 4 of them. Then you'll have a couple of 2-layer cakes all ready to thaw out and frost anytime you need them.
Of course, if you have a Norge electric range with that wonderful blended heat oven, you can bake all 6 cake layers at once. Because in this big oven there just aren't any hot or cold spots. You can use every inch of it. And the new remote control model has a lighted picture window so you don't even have to open the oven door to watch your baking. In fact, you don't even have to stay home to cook when you have a Norge remote control range because it's 4 ways automatic. Get your nearby Norge dealer to show you the new remote control electric range. You can depend on it because everything Norge makes right. Believe me, you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge. Chapter 2 of Things to be Thankful For concerns a punchy fighter who should be thankful he's still alive, Cauliflower McPug.
What do you mean I'm a washed-up bum? I still got a lot on the ball. My father had a lot on the ball, but he had a big cane that held him back. Yes, sir, I still got a lot of old fight left in me. Not much blood, but a lot of fight left. Hey, I wish that canary would stop chirping. He's getting on my nerves. Let's see, where was I?
Hey, fella. Hold it a second, will you?
Who is it? Keep talking, I'll find you. Where you at?
Where? Yes, Cauliflower McPug. I suppose you're still hearing bells and boys?
Are you kidding? Bells and boys? Only bums who've taken one punch too many here, Bells and Burns. I'll guarantee you, boy, and I'm really in good condition. You better call the cops. A burglar alarm just went off. Yeah, they scared my pigeons away.
Look, I'm sorry I bothered you. Yeah? The guy that was supposed to fight Killer Roderick tonight didn't show up, and I was trying to find a substitute, but you won't do.
What do you mean I won't do? I can take the dive the best as the rest of them can. They call me the Esther Williams of the Main Street Gym. The guy said to me last night, he said, I want you to lay down in the second round. I said, are you nuts? I never went that distance before.
Well, I'll tell you wouldn't last 2 seconds in the ring with Killer Roderick.
Oh, no?
You don't even have any muscles.
Oh, don't feel that arm, boy.
Okay.
Yeah, wait now, I'll find it. You must sleeve there someplace. Oh, there it is. Feel that, boy. Looks like a macaroni with veins, don't it?
I don't feel any muscles.
Well, be patient. It'll swim along in a minute.
I'm sorry, but I can't use you.
What do you mean? I got a good fight record. I was the pantywaist champ of the campfire girls.
I said I can't use you. You get moited.
You might know. Will you stop that? The some guy tapped me on the back of the head, but when I turned around, he's never there.
No, I'm sorry, McPug, but you'd get murdered.
Now, look, you might not know it, but I fought in the garden.
Madison Square Garden?
No, vegetable garden. My wife and I were out there hoeing the other day. Look, I got to fight. I need some dough to buy a Thanksgiving ostrich.
You mean turkey?
No, this is a turkey. We got it now. No, I want an ostrich. I'm nuts about drumsticks.
You're nuts, period.
You going to give me a chance to make some dough?
Okay. Tell me, you got any boxing trunks?
I fight in a full dress suit. That's in case anything happens, all you got to do is cross my arms and carry me out.
Okay, come on out to the locker room.
Okay, that's fine. That's good.
All right. Now hurry and get dressed. Your bout goes on next.
My what does go on next?
Your bout goes on next.
Oh, it does. That's good. My bout goes on next.
That's right.
What's a bout? Oh, now let's see. I'll take my pants off. I always forget to unbuckle my belt.
Boy, what skinny legs.
Yes. Dogs follow me around with a bottle of ketchup all the time. The other day I was down to the beach. I was there wetting out the sun, you see. And I'm so skinny that a dog buried me 3 times.
Then a guy was throwing his stick out in the water. That dog brought me back 9 times. They look like a couple of rubber bands, don't they, huh? Oh, stop snapping them, will you? Now, I got my boxing trunks on here.
Ain't they a teeny-weeny bit large for you?
Oh, no, I always wear them off the shoulders.
All right, come on, this way to the ring.
Okay. I'll show you some class, boy. Watch me jump over the rope.
Go ahead.
Watch me crawl under the rope.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this corner, at 122 pounds, 8 ounces, California McCloud.
Oh, they're with me. The crowd's with me. I can see that.
And in this corner, at 210 pounds, Killer Rodriguez. This fight is scheduled for 10 rounds.
What's that lady scream for when he took off his robe and forget his twins?
This fight is scheduled for 10 rounds. But we know, don't we, folks? All right, boys.
I'm glad you like it. I mean...
Now you know the rules.
Yeah.
I want you to fight clean. And remember, Cauliflower, I want you to put up a good showing.
Oh, well, you can count on me.
I expect to. Now then, shake hands, and when the bell rings, come out fighting.
Why can't I come out fighting? I'm not mad at this guy.
Cauliflower, you all right?
Yeah. Give me a chance to get my breath, will you? That's a long walk from the center of the ring, you know. Boy, the next time I'll be carried out and I won't have to walk, you see.
I wish there was something I could give you that would keep you from being hurt.
Well, the matter of fact there is. You don't happen to have a ticket to Honolulu, do you?
Here, put these rubber teeth in your mouth.
Oh, thank you.
Cauliflower, you weren't supposed to swallow them. They were to protect your real teeth.
Well, my real teeth will be down there and wait them in a few seconds.
Now, look, keep calm.
Yeah?
And don't let his muscles fool you.
Oh, they don't fool me. They're real. I heard that dame scream. Oh, there goes the bell.
Hey, come back here. The bell didn't ring yet.
What was it, a fire alarm?
Be calm. Well, go on, Cauliflower. Did you hear the bell?
Of course I didn't hear any bell. What do you think, I'm pointing or something?
He's coming after you. Get in your best fighting position.
Okay, I'll stretch out on the floor. I'll pick him. Oh, go on, Killer. Let's see you hit me. Come on, boy.
Okay, Puny, try this on for size.
Get up, Cauliflower. Get up.
No, I can see the fight much better from the third row here. I'll pick this guy up, big bunch of flab.
That's right, Cauliflower. Keep away from him.
I am.
Keep away from him.
I'm trying to. That's why I'm crawling under the canvas here.
Keep moving, Cauliflower. You're doing swell.
I am, huh?
After this fight, you'll go places.
Yeah, to the board.
Take that. And that. And that. Those punches.
Huh?
Stop some punches there.
You don't see any of them going by me, do you? That was a tricky one. Did you see what I just did? He threw a terrific right, and I cleverly blocked it with my arm.
You're doing good. You got him baffled.
I got him baffled. You said it, boy. I sure fool him, don't I? He thinks I'm going to duck, but I don't.
You're a real welterweight.
Yeah, but I got more wealth than weight.
Okay, Dream Boy, here's your ticket to the land of Nod. Pleasant dreams.
1, 2, 3.
Cauliflower, get up. Get up.
Get up, can't you see I'm on the phone?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and you're out.
How do you expect a guy to sleep with all this racket going on?
Oh, that was a great fight, Cauliflower.
Not good, huh?
You rest up and be back here at 10 o'clock.
What for? What do you want an encore?
No. You got to be back here for the fight.
For the fight? Well, what the name in heaven was this?
This was just a rehearsal for the television cameras.
This is Rod O'Connor saying, remember, in refrigerators, home freezers, gas and electric ranges, washers and water heaters, everything Norge makes right. Stop in at your Norge dealers and see the new Norge remote control electric range that bakes, broils, boils, or simmers automatically. Turns itself on, cooks dinner, and then turns itself off again while you're out. The range that gives you 7 faster cooking surface heat speeds. The range that's so thrifty it bakes with the electricity off 3/4 of the time. Yes, you better see the new Norge 4-way electric automatic range at your Norge dealers right away. And now until next week.
This is Red Skelton saying thanks for listening and reminding you that you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
Join us again next week for the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. This is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood. This is the CBS Radio Network.
From Rexall.
Hello, Rexall Drug Program. Gary Moore speaking.
Hello, Gary. This is Jimmy.
Jimmy Durante, where are you?
I'm trying to get to the studio on time. I passed 3 red lights, went the wrong way up a one-way street, drove over the sidewalk and did a solid 50 miles an hour down Sunset Boulevard.
But, Jimmy, they can put you in jail for that.
Where do you think I'm calling from?
Yes, from Hollywood, it's the nose and the haircut. Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore, with Suzanne Ellers, Roy Bargy and his orchestra, and yours truly, Howard Petrie. Brought to you by 10,000 Rexall drugstores, who carry the complete line of top-quality Rexall drug products. Ladies and gentlemen, next Thursday is Thanksgiving. A holiday started by the Pilgrims, who gave thanks when they landed on Plymouth Rock. But now we bring you a young man who would give thanks if he could just land in old Plymouth. And here he is, Gary Moore.
Thank you very much, my friends, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. May I wish you a very happy November the 22nd. And before we do anything else tonight, we're going to hold the grand drawing for our annual turkey raffle. Now, of course, we all understand that if the person with the winning number is not in the audience tonight, the turkey automatically becomes mine. Now, I draw the number out of the hat, and it is number 64709.
64709! I got it! 64709!
Well, better luck next year. Now, getting on with the program here, excuse me. Hello?
Hey, Mr. Moore, it is true, isn't it, that on Thanksgiving Day people eat turkeys?
Why, of course.
I told you had it wrong, you crazy turkey. Let go of my leg.
You know, I'm going to have that telephone taken out of here. Last night I got a call at 3 o'clock in the morning, and a voice said, "Pardon me, what radio program are you listening to?" I said, "Radio program? I'm sound asleep." She said, "Oh, the Durante Moore Show, eh?" Personally, I considered that very, very rude. I did.
Well, Gary, it seems to me that nobody is as courteous nowadays as they used to be.
What? Why, Suzanne Ellers. Bless your little Emily Post. And I agree with you, too, Suzanne. You know, in the old days, if a gentleman was walking along with a lady and they came to a mud puddle, right away he'd take off the coat and spread it over the puddle. And after the lady walked across, she'd say,
"Thank you, Herman, but next time let's use your coat."
It was a beautiful, beautiful thing.
Gary, why don't you give the folks a few pointers on etiquette?
Well, let's take what we were just talking about here, walking on the sidewalk. Now, when walking to a football game, the gentleman always walks 2.5 paces behind his mother-in-law.
Well, why 2.5 paces?
In football, that's the regulation distance for a place kick. And you know, Suzanne, ladies can be pretty rude sometimes, too, especially when they keep people waiting on streetcars while they rummage through their purses.
Well, don't look at me, Gary. My purse is never crowded.
It isn't, huh? Let me peek into your purse here for a minute. Now, a bag of marbles, an electric toaster, your boyfriend's picture, your boyfriend. And my goodness, Suzanne, what is this? Gee whiz, those helicopters can take off from any place, can't they? Well, maybe etiquette isn't too necessary anyway. But besides, here's the guy who proves my point, Jimmy Durante.
You've got to start off each day with a song. Now, even when things go wrong, you'll feel better, you'll even look better. I'm here to stop the music, stop the music. My orchestration calls for a cowbell, not a cow. Now, for my second number, I'll sing. Mammy, Mammy, the sun shines east, the sun shines west. California's sunshine. The only sunshine in the world guaranteed to shrink a shirt.
Oh, Snodge, you are in fine voice tonight.
Thank you, Junior. And that was only on one tonsil, which I inherited from my pater.
Your pater?
Yeah, you know, my brother.
Oh, your brother.
Who did you think he was, my old man? But that is neither sand, burr, nor dew. For your edification, Junior, I just got back from Washington where I spent 2 days in secret session with the president.
Ooh, a crisis?
Yes, a critical crisis. We called in the Secretary of the Navy, the Secretary of War, the Army engineers, and the greatest scientific minds in the country, but it was no use. Even they couldn't figure out how to stop the leak in my swimming pool. Why, they poured more concrete in my pool than they got in Boulder Dam.
James, you mean Boulder Dam?
Watch your language, Mr. Moore. After all, this program is being shortwaved to pickets.
Is that why you went down to Washington to discuss your swimming pool?
Not exactly. Mr. Truman had a few problems of his own.
Oh.
When I arrived, he was putting an oil burner in the basement, a wood burner in the kitchen, an electric heater in the bedroom, and a gas heater in the bathroom.
Well, what's the idea of all that?
Harriet's going to be warm this winter no matter what John L. Lewis does. But you know, I wasn't in Washington over 5 minutes when the president created a new cabinet post for me. He appointed me minister without portfolio.
Minister without portfolio?
Yeah, how do you like that? A big country like this, and they can't even afford to buy me a briefcase. An important man like me has to carry his lunch in his back pocket.
Well, Snodge, I suppose as minister without portfolio, you have to handle some of the government's crucial problems.
That's right. For instance, last week the president of the Fruit Growers Association complained to me that the climate of California is no good for growing bananas.
He said that the climate of California is no good for growing bananas?
Yeah. How could the guy look me in the face and say that? What does he think this is holding up my glasses? A kumquat?
Wait a minute, I'll take it, Jim. Hello. Yeah, he's here. Who is it, please? Oh, my goodness. Just a moment, Your Worship. Jimmy, the Duke of Windsor wishes to speak to you.
Does it sound like a touch? Never mind if it is. He's good for it. Give me the phone. Hello, Duke. I got everything arranged for your trip to Hollywood with the Duchess. What? Living quarters? Don't worry about it. I got you the bridal suite. That's right, at the Pismo Beach Motel. Is it a good place? Are you kidding? You get a towel each. Now tell me your plans. What do you and the Duchess want to do when you get here? What? Oh, no. We have too many of those husband and wife programs already. What's that? Pip, pip, cheerio? Thank you, and a Yorkshire pudding to you, too.
Jimmy, you're arranging the Hollywood trip for the Duke and Duchess of Windsor?
A logical choice, after all, Junior. On my last trip to England, you know, the continent.
Yes.
I mingled with all kinds of royalty. Counts and their countesses, dukes and their duchesses, and marquises and their moccasins.
No, Jim, not moccasins.
Well, what is the right word?
Marchioness. You see, le consort d'un marquis est une marchioness. C'est la forme subjonctive past participe de la verbe plus perfect et dans tous les mots c'est statistique et bien connu.
How do you like that? Ask a guy a question and he joins the Foreign Legion. Tell me, Gary, where do you pick up these fascinating bits of useless trivia?
In the Encyclopedia Britannica, Jimmy. It's a wonderful book. Haven't you ever read it?
No. I'm waiting for them to make a picture out of it. But, Junior, I got a million of them. But, Junior, where do you see the banquet I'm planning for the Duke and Duchess? 15 pheasants, 25 venisons, 30 grouse, 50 grouse, and a gross of grease. Grease is the feminine of grouse. Following that, a mongoose on the half shell, and as my piece de resistance, curry of Tootsie Roll. But there's one thing that worries me about the banquet, Junior. What do you do with the olive pits? Do you swallow them or do you hold them in your mouth until you get home?
Jim, there's only one thing to do with olive pits. You take them in your hand, and when no one is looking, you quietly sneak them into the cuff of your trousers.
But suppose it's a formal affair and I'm wearing knickers. Wait a minute, Junior, I've got it. I know what I'll do. I'll hold the olive pits in my right hand, and when the Duke shakes hands with me to say good night,
yes,
I let go.
Oh, wait a minute, Jim. Are you sure you're the right man for this job?
Don't worry about me, Junior. Why, I've mingled with nobility all my life. The last time I was in England, the king wanted to make me Knight of the Garter, and the queen wanted to make me Knight of the Bath. Naturally, I refused.
Jimmy, the king wanted to make you Knight of the Garter, and the queen wanted to make you Knight of the Bath, and you refused?
Yeah. I didn't mind putting on his garter, but a guy's got to draw the line somewhere. Now you know that you can't go wrong. Why you so powerful, take You can always be sure it's Durante and more when you hear a tremendous ovation. And that applause means it's time to pause for Rexall identification.
Rexall is the name of a complete line of top-quality drug products. Yes, Rexall is the name of a complete line of fine drug products sold exclusively in your Rexall drugstores. There is a Rexall drug product for every health need. For aspirin, take Rexall. For vitamins, take Rexall. For a mouthwash, take Rexall. Learn to insist upon Rexall for reliability. The name Rexall is your constant guarantee of safe, sure, pure drug products. The finest that science and pharmaceutical skill can produce. So, remember,
to be safe, to be sure that the product is pure when you're buying a drug preparation. Take the curfew test, step right up and ask for Rexall identification.
Good health to all from Rexall.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Howard Petrie, a man whom Don't laugh, don't laugh. Remember, I'm reading from a carbon copy. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Howard Petrie, a man of whom we're very proud because of his famous uncle. We all know that Thomas Edison invented the electric light, but Mr. Petrie's uncle is the one who showed him how to turn it off.
Wait a minute, Jimmy. Can you prove that?
I sure can. Here's a picture of him right in front of the town tavern, and he's out like a light.
Well, I've never been one to look down my nose at other people's inventions, Jim, but I should just like to call attention to one of my own ancestors, Casanova Moore, a man who invented a device that has since become the very backbone of our social civilization. It was my great-great-great-great-grandfather who first invented the kiss. No sense in your hanging around, madam. My uncle's been dead 200 years.
So what? No man is perfect.
So your uncle invented a kiss, huh, Junior?
Yes, he did.
Well, tell us about it. Meanwhile, I shall bury my head in the razor's edge and listen with a sharp mind.
Well, friends, My uncle, Casanova Moore, was born in England in the year 1525. And up till that time, the kiss had never been thought of. In order to show their love in those days, couples engaged in a form of affection called dipple-dipling. Now, to dipple-dipe, a man put his arm around his girl, gently stroked her lovely hair, looked tenderly into her eyes, and slapped her in the face with a wet herring. Yes, every night my uncle's sweetheart would raise her little face to his and say,
"Oh, Casanova, before you leave me, give me just one more dipple-dive."
"Very well, my dearest."
"Oh, Casanova, the boneless kind!"
But somehow, the more Casanova dipple-diped, the less it seemed like the fulfillment of love's young dream. So then and there, he determined to invent some new kind of embrace. And his first invention he called schmoose-crofting. Now, in schmoose-crofting, the boy would cover his girl's face with brushless shaving cream and blow bits of confetti at her. But this was no good. Every evening she would end up with her face looking like the floor of the Brown Derby on New Year's Eve. Then he tried another idea, and this he called twack-noodling. Now, twack-noodling sounds like fun, doesn't it? Twack-noodling was really the most daring idea of them all. The boy and girl would sit on the Davenport, turn out the lights, and then whisper into each other's ears, "Artie Shaw." But the world wasn't ready for Uncle Casanova's inventions, so to keep body and soul together, he took a temporary job in a local factory as a pickle taster. And after tasting pickles for 3 years, one day he turned to the girl at the next bench and said, "Come here a minute, Mabel."
"What is it, Casanova?"
"There's only one pickle left, and I want to get home to my experiments. Let's taste this last one together."
"All right. You start at one end, and I'll start at the other."
Little did Casanova suspect that his lifelong ambition was about to be realized. Faster and faster they ate towards the center of the pickle. Their lips came closer and closer until finally Casanova bit past his half and... Climbing down from the chandelier, Casanova knew that this was what he'd been looking for. He had invented the kiss. So bounding out of the pickle factory, he dashed down the street, kissing every girl he met up with.
Yeah, are you sure you got the right party?
Realizing that he was wasting his time with the little man, he decided to take his idea to the top. So he called on the King of England, Henry VIII. Confronting him, he said, "Your Majesty, you don't look well. What's the trouble?"
"I'm feeling mighty low."
Here was Casanova's chance. Quickly, he said, "Your Majesty, I have invented a thing called the kiss. Try it once on Anne Boleyn and see what it does to you." So Henry grabbed Anne Boleyn, puckered up, and... Well, King Henry, how do you feel now?
"Give me 5 minutes more. Only 5 minutes more."
And so with King Henry VIII's endorsement, the kiss took its rightful place in the English way of living. And I am proud to say that I have inherited my uncle's proficiency in the art. But just the other day, as I was walking down the street, a man looked at me, and I distinctly heard him say, "Boy, get a load of that kisser."
Thank you, Mr. Moore, for that erudite discussion of osculation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, going from the carbon copy to the one in bold type, our charming chanteuse, Suzanne Ellis, a little lady with pipes of solid gold. I should know. I got a plumber's cart. How are you, Susie?
Hiya, Jimmy. And thank you for that lovely introduction. But when it comes to singing, I bow to the master. How do you get those mellow tones in your voice?
That's a Durante secret, Susie, but I'll let you in on it. Every morning I swab my throat with a concoction consisting of 2 pods cayenne pepper, a jigger of creosote, a dash of Cantor, and a pound and a half of grated garlic.
And does that make you sing?
After that, you gotta sing. If you don't open your mouth, you suffocate. Sing, Susie, sing.
For you, for me, forevermore. It's bound to be forevermore. It's plain to see we found by finding each other the love we waited for. I'm yours, you're mine, and in our hearts the happy ending starts. What a lovely world this world will be, with a world of love in store. For you, for me, forevermore. I'm yours, you're mine, and in our hearts the happy ending starts. What a lovely world this world will be, with a world of love in store. For you, for me,
Yes, it's good health to all from Rexall. Listen.
For goodness sake, when you've a tummy ache, deep in your solar plexus, you really should find out how good this Rexall Bismarex is. Bismarex, Rexall Bismarex.
That's right, friends. An acid stomach condition by any other name can feel just as uncomfortable. And whether you call it indigestion, dyspepsia, or heartburn, you'll find the prompt relief you need as well as the prolonged relief you want with Rexall Bismarex. Because Rexall Bismarex contains not one, but 4 laboratory-approved alkalizing antacids. 1 fast-acting alkalizer and 3 slow-acting alkalizers. That's why Rexall Bismarex not only relieves your discomfort promptly, but continues the acid-neutralizing effect for a prolonged period. Just mix 1 or 2 teaspoonfuls in a glass of water and drink. It's a pure peppermint pleasure. Remember, only a Rexall drugstore can sell you
Bismarex, Rexall Bismarex.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, in accordance with time-honored custom, we present our special Thanksgiving opera as performed by that magnificent vocal group, the Durante and Moore G-Clef Coffee Clatch and Culture Choir.
In this opera, ladies and gentlemen, I sing for 2 consecutive hours without taking a breath.
Oh, now, wait, how can you sing for 2 hours without taking a breath?
Storage tank in my nose.
Well, in any event, in this Thanksgiving opera, friends, Mr. Durante will appear as Miles Standish, and I shall play the part of John Alden.
Oh, yes. He was the fellow who made all the speeches and ended up with nothing.
That's right, sort of an early-day Democrat.
Yes.
Now, the part of the Republicans here. Now, the part of the lovely Priscilla will be played by our gal, Suzanne Ellers, and the special choral effects, as always, will be sung by our announcer, Mr. Howard Petrie.
Oh, James Melton would just hate me for this.
It's amazing the thing the rain washes down from the mountains.
Quiet, James. Maestro Baggi, overture for the opera.
Our opera tonight deals with one of the greatest love stories ever told. The story of Captain Miles Standish, John Alden, and the lovely Priscilla. It's a peaceful day in the Pilgrim village, but in the hearts of these 3 people, a fateful storm is brewing.
Oh, I'm the captain. captain, and my name is Standish. My manners are good, but my face is outlandish. But in spite of my appearance, I'm a mighty big fella.
You can tell he's important by the size of his smeller.
That's me.
That's him.
That's me.
That's him. And I'm John Alden. I'm Standish's pal. I'm the romantic target of every Pilgrim gal. You can tell by my face I'm an early-day Sinatra.
Except for his haircut, and that ain't so hotra.
Tis too.
Tis not.
Tis too.
Tis not.
And I am the heroine. My name is Priscilla. You can tell by my figure I'm a real killer diller. I just passed 21, and that is a fact.
Just past 21?
She must have passed it coming back.
It do.
It's not.
It's not.
Hot ta. Hot ta. Hot ta. Hot ta. Listen, John Alderson, show him a pal. I'll tell you right now, I'm in love with that gal. Her skin is like a peach, John, that you can bet.
Yes, just like a peach. Sort of fuzzy and wet.
Tis not.
It is too.
Tis not.
It is too.
I loves the gal. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm leaving the proposing up to you.
You're leaving it to me. Well, aren't you taking a chance?
You double-cross me, bud. They'll have to take you to the nearest hospital and operate 40 times and remove the lead from your pants.
Oh.
Get her going.
Oh.
Get her going. Hot job. Hot job. Hot job. Hot job. Now there's an intelligent comment.
And so we find John Alden Moore in Priscilla's living room as Miles Standish Durante listens through an open window.
Oh, Priscilla, my pretty little dove. I've come to your cabin for to speak of love. Now, I know that you're bashful and you're shy by heck.
Who's bashful, Bud? Come on, let's neck.
Wait a minute. What are you doing? He's getting hot and I'm standing here stewing.
Oh, speak for yourself, John. Don't be dull.
If he speaks for himself, I'll fracture his skull.
Now, wait.
Come on, John.
Now, wait.
Come on, John.
Oh, Priscilla, my shy little elf. I'm a-speaking of love, yeah, but not for myself. Captain Miles Standish is the man for you.
Captain Standish?
How do you do? Madam, I'm making my plea. I'm getting right down on the bended knee. I've got a soft feeling that's making me mellow.
Oh, get up, Miles. You're kneeling in her jello.
Hot ta. There must be some place he could go to be alone. Now tell us, Priscilla, what's your decision? Would you rather be mine or would you rather be his? I'm as strong as the wizard from the land of Oz.
Yeah, but most of your strength has gone to your schnoz. Has to. On the other hand, Prissy, if you want to be shrewd, you'll marry with me, because I'm a Hollywood dude. I wear perfume just like Hetty or Veronica.
It smells like low tide at Santa Monica. Let's do. I'll bet he has fun just tying his laces.
I'll tell you, boys, I love you like a mother, but I've already given my heart to another.
You're in love with another?
Who can it be?
Don't be silly. She's marrying me.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. She's marrying you. Can that be a fact?
Everybody wants to get into the act.
But you're not good looking, and you've got no dough. What did you say that made her love you so?
I said hot sauce. Him and his big fat education.
This is Howard Petrie again with those four most Rexall reminders for the week. Remember, Rexall Bismarex. Remember, Rexall is a complete line of top-quality drug products for every health need. Remember, Rexall drugs are sold only in a Rexall drugstore. Remember, Rexall for reliability. That familiar oval sign, R-E-X-A-L-L, is the surest sign of top quality in drugs and drugstores.
Touché, Professor Peeping. I'd like to add, I do my shopping at a Rexall store. What I want they got, and furthermore, Umbriago, he prefers them too. We buy Rexall, that's all. How do you do? Now, speak with you when, where, how, when, where. Let me hear that high note, maestro. What a note.
I know the finality, Mr. Durante.
I know the conclusion, Mr. Moore.
Yeah, Jim, I guess that just about wraps up the tinfoil on tonight's little package. Say, would you care to join me at Ciro's now in a little game of fumbling for the check?
No, thanks, Junior. I've met my master. But if it's a little snack you want, come over to my house. Why, it's common gossip that I brew the best coffee in Beverly Hills.
You do, huh?
Oh, yes. I use only the center section of the bean. Let me tell you the secret of coffee making, Junior. You know where the percolator starts to go plop, 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 plop? Well, if you open the top at that point, yes, you get it right in the eye. Good night, Mr. Riley. Good night, Mr. Moore. Good night, everybody. Good night, Mrs. Calabash. Good night.
Well, Rexall for tonight, folks. So goodbye now for Suzanne Ellers, Roy Bargy and his orchestra, yours truly, Howard Petrie.
And Jimmy Durante. And Gary Moore in person.
So until next Friday, same time, same Columbia station, good health to all from Rexall. This program is produced and directed by Phil Cohan. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And this is WCBS, New York. 10 p.m. BULOVA, Bulova Watch Time. America runs on Bulova Time.
Extra! Eddie Cantor still being held by kidnappers.
Hey, boy, give me a paper, please.
Yeah.
Thanks. Very interesting. Eddie Cantor's still missing. Sponsor has no hope. Of course not. If he had hope, what would he want with Cantor?
Where is Cantor? Where is Cantor? That's blue ribbon blended splendid. Bring to Harry Bondell.
Who needs Cantor? Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer proudly presents Cookie Fairchild's Orchestra, Bert Gordon the Mad Russian, and the star of our show, me. Harry Bondell. I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here is my handle, here is my spout. When I get all steamed up, then I shout, just tip me over, pour me out. I'm a very clever pot, that's true. Here's an example what I can do. I can change my handle and my spout, just tip me over, pour me out. Yes, sir, Cantor is gone, ladies and gentlemen. And now you have me, you lucky, lucky people. Well, tonight I've come simply... Thank you. Tonight I've come... Mr. Bonsell.
Tiny, what is it?
Look, I've been the sound effects man for Eddie Cantor for 12 years. Whenever he wanted a door slammed, I slammed it.
Yeah.
Whenever he wanted the phone to ring, I rang it.
Yeah, well, what about it?
Well, what about it? At this very minute, the kidnappers may be beating him over the head. Or punching him. Or shooting him. Or throwing him against the wall. Or kicking him downstairs.
Yeah, well, look, Tiny, maybe they're only choking him.
Oh, they couldn't.
Why not?
I haven't got a sound effect for that.
Oh.
Anyway, I think what you've done to Mr. Cantor is terrible.
What?
Here we are, all stuffed with Thanksgiving turkey, and poor Eddie Cantor isn't here. Wherever he is, I wonder if he had Thanksgiving dinner. I wonder.
Cantor!
Yes, Babyface Moore?
We've been holding you for ransom for 3 weeks. This is the end.
I know. Couldn't I have a wing or a leg instead?
Cantor, watch your step. We ain't holding you here for nothing. Nobody's paid your ransom yet, so you gotta earn your keep.
I gotta earn my keep. I do my best. I cook for you. I sew for you. I scrub for you. And what do you do all day long? It's nag, nag, nag.
What about it?
We ain't even married.
Cantor, why are you always trying to get out of doing the housework? Ain't you used to it?
No. At home, we have a gadget that scrubs the floor, washes the clothes, makes the beds, and cooks the meals.
It's quite a gadget. What's it called?
Ida. Anyway, Babyface, your Thanksgiving dinner's all ready. Here it is.
All right, I'll call my partner, Max. He's outside watching for cops. Dinner's ready. Come on in, Max.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas? Why, this is Thanksgiving.
Oh, gee, I forgot to color my Easter egg.
Let's start eating, fellas. You know, I just couldn't bring myself to kill this turkey. It kept looking up at me with those sad eyes.
How'd you finally kill him?
I made believe it was the stork. Come on, fellas, dig in and have some turkey.
Would you please pass the cranberry sauce?
How do you like the turkey, babyface?
It tastes tough.
Pass the cranberry sauce.
This turkey is good, isn't it, babyface? It's a tom. It's a tom turkey.
A tom turkey? How can you tell?
On his chest was tattooed Dewey for president. Those Republicans don't miss a trick.
Pass the cranberry sauce.
You like the turkey, babyface?
It tastes a little soapy. Where'd the soap come from?
I had to lather it up so I could shave the feathers off.
You shaved the feathers off?
Yeah, don't worry. When I got through, I basted it with aftershave lotion and sprinkled it with talcum powder.
Hey, what's that white spot on his neck?
That's a Band-Aid. I shaved him too close.
Eddie, you're nuts.
Please pass the cranberry sauce.
Look, we have no cranberry sauce. Why do you keep saying,
pass the cranberry sauce? Pass the cranberry sauce. Gee, you talk funny.
Babyface, look, it's Thanksgiving. Why don't you let me go home?
Not till you get the ransom dough.
Yeah. You know, last week I tried to get it from Jack Benny. I drove up to his house. I told him I was hungry. I told him I was cold.
What happened?
He sold me a chocolate bar, a windbreaker, and charged me $50 for parking my car. See, if I could only talk to Ida, I could get the money.
What would you say to her?
Ma, please bring the ransom dough. Ma, don't treat me like a schmo. If I had lips like Gregory Peck's, 1,000,000 dames would be here writing ransom checks. Oh, Ma, they're gonna knock me off. You could set me free. Just pretend I'm young and handsome. Shove that ransom through the transom. Ma, come rescue me.
Nix on that stuff, Cantor. And I don't like that singing either.
You don't like it. That's how I sing on the radio. Haven't you ever heard me?
Nah, us gangsters don't listen to the radio. There's nothing on it that interests us.
No? Say, how many gangsters are there in this country?
Well, including the guys in stir, about 3 or 4 million.
3 or 4 million? There must be that many in Los Angeles alone. Look. And you say they never listen to the radio? Say, there's a whole new audience there.
Sure. Hey, why don't some smart guys set up a network just for crooks and convicts? Give them the kind of programs they'd be interested in.
Sure. Well, of course. Let's see. We could have Portia Faces Life with time off for good behavior. A date with the jury. John's Other Knife. Or One Man's Felony. And we would even have a special program for men who are waiting to get the chair. General Electric House Party.
But they don't use the chair all over, you know. In some states, they hang you.
That's no problem. For them, we'll have Swing and Sway with Sammy Kaye.
That's a very intriguing idea, Cantor. I wonder what the whole thing would sound like.
Suppose I show you.
This is breakfast at Alcatraz.
Convicts, do you wake up in the morning with that hemmed-in feeling? Then listen as we present...
Jack Williams! All-American Safecracker!
This program is brought to you by the makers of Dr. Sassafras Sanforized TNT. Sassafras TNT comes in 3 convenient sizes. Small, medium, and out of this world. Don't forget to enter our great new contest. See how many words you can make out of the letters TNT. It's simple. Here are a few examples. And there are thousands more. So enter immediately.
now here is today's episode of Jack Strongarm, All-American Safecracker. You will remember that yesterday when we last saw Jack in his cell, his wife had brought him a mixmaster, and he was going stir-crazy. Today we find Jack with the warden.
Come on, Jack. Your reprieve was denied. Sit down in this chair now, and I'll put the straps on you.
All right, Warden. Goodbye, Warden.
Goodbye, John.
The rest of this program will come to you by electrical transcription. Cantor, that's a pretty good idea, and I think if... Oh, there's somebody at the door. I'll see who it is. And don't try nothing funny.
I won't. Gosh, this is awful. Kidnapped on Thanksgiving. Right about now, my family's sitting down to dinner. I can just see them. Ida, Natalie, Edna, Ida's sister, the big fat turkey. Should have been a comma here. It's a perfect picture. And it's made even more perfect because next to each one is a tall, cool glass of foamy Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Pabst Blue Ribbon has a tradition almost as old as Thanksgiving itself. For 103 years, the Pabst people have pioneered in the art of brewing. That's how they developed the famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. And they've learned how to keep that flavor and quality always the same, always dependable by another great Pabst development known as the science of blending. For every bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon is a blend of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, I can just see my family. When they finish the meal, they all rise, join hands, face my empty chair, and sing
33 fine brews blended into one great beer. 33.
Oh, yeah. What a way to spend...
Hey, Cantor. Cantor, look who's here, my girlfriend. The one that sings.
Oh. Her?
Hey, I don't like the way you said that. This dame is a great singer. She once hit a high C over middle D.
A high C over middle D?
Yeah.
Why, that's the highest note there is. How did you do it, miss?
I was taking a shower and backed into a hot radiator.
Anyway, I gotta go out and she's gonna watch you. Honey, you know Cantor.
Sure. Hello, Schlemiel. How do you feel?
Hildegard, honey, here's a gat. Keep an eye on him. I'll be back in a little while.
Hildegard, I can't understand how a nice girl like you could get mixed up with a hoodlum like Babyface Moore.
Well, he fascinates me. He's so educated. Why, hardly a horse runs anywhere in the country that he don't know beyond. And what manners? He would never think of slugging me without first removing his brass knuckles.
If you knew what's good for you, you'd give him up.
Only one thing would make me do that. My career as a singer.
That's another thing you should give up.
Well, why do you say that? I think my singing is unique. Have you ever heard anything like my voice?
Not since I had the brakes of my car relined.
I have a wonderful technique. For glissandos, I use a mezzo soprano. And I use a coloratura for runs.
What do you do for trills?
I go to Griffith Park. What do you do?
I do the same. Look, Hildegard. You have got the worst voice I have ever heard. It's awful. It's unbearable. It's
yeah, look, if you'll get me on the radio, I'll help you escape.
It's the... Hildegard?
Yeah?
Your voice just changed. Will you really help me escape if I get you on the radio?
Yes, I'll audition for you right now.
No. Let's get out of here. You can audition later.
No.
All right, I'll listen to you, but hurry.
Oh, gee, thanks. Mr. Cantor, I'm going to dedicate this song to you. I wish I didn't love you so. My love for you should have faded long ago. Oh, yes, Seymour. Ours was a runaway marriage. Every time I talked about marriage, you would run away. I remember our first date. We went to the Museum of Art, and when we saw the statue of Venus de Milo, I said, "Oh, gee, I wish I had a figure like her." So you started to break off both my arms. Oh, what times we had together, Seymour. Like the day we went to the beach. All the fellows were burying their girls in the sand. But you were more original. You used cement. And then that time we played post office, I said I wanted parcel post, and then I puckered up my lips, and you rammed a package down my throat. And that's why I say, Seymour, but when I try something in that heart says no, you're still there, right? Wish I didn't love you so. Did you like that song, Mr. Cantor? It came right from the heart.
Yeah. It might have come from the heart, but it took a few detours. Come on, let's get over to the studio, and I'll put you on my program.
Yeah, well, just in case you're thinking of double-crossing me, I've got a gun. And I know how to use it. Now, the last guy that double-crossed me, I shot his ears off.
Shot his... What does he look like?
I don't know. His hat keeps slipping down over his face.
I won't double-cross you. Just help me escape. I'll put you on the show. After all, it's my program. Come on, boy. Harry'll sure be glad to see me.
Well, folks, for those of you who just tuned in, you are listening to the Harry Von Zell Past Blue Ribbon Show, starring that scintillating new comic, Harry Von Zell. And I would like at this time to sing a little number dedicated to my dentist. I saw you last night and got that old filling. Oh, don't tune out, folks. The fun is just beginning. As a matter of fact,
Harry.
Tiny, what's the matter?
Look, I just heard that Eddie Cantor escaped from the gangsters.
Are you sure?
Yes, he's coming into the building. Now he can take back his program.
No, he can't. Let's keep him. The sponsor gave me the program, and I'm going to go on being the star of this show. Nobody...
Harry, I'm back. It's me, Eddie Cantor.
How do you spell that?
Cantor, Cantor.
Oh, yes. To Eddie Cantor from Harry Von Zell. There, you got my autograph, bud. Now scratch.
Harry, maybe you don't recognize me. I've been held by the gangsters. I escaped. I haven't shaved. My clothes are all wrinkled. I must look like a bum.
Well, here's a nickel for a cup of coffee.
What are you talking about, Harry? Have you gone out of your mind? This is Eddie Cantor, your boss. The way you're acting, you think this wasn't my program.
Eddie, this isn't your program.
It isn't my... Oh, I get it, Harry. This is all a big joke you're playing on me. It's all a big riff, is it, Harry? Playing a little practical joke on a ball.
Oh, go on, scram.
Harry, how could you do this to me? After all I've done for you.
Look, Eddie, you were a good guy when you had it.
Well?
Now I've got it.
But Harry, I've got a family to support. I've got a wife and 5 children.
Oh.
With one on the way.
Eddie, you mean...
Yes, Marjorie's on her way to New York. Harry, look. Harry, suppose this happened to you. Think of your wife. Think of the woman you love.
Well, make up your mind.
Harry, I'm not going to be proud. I've got to work. Maybe you could find a little job for me on the show. I'll work for anything.
All right, I'll pay you what you paid me.
You wouldn't dare. Why, you still... Harry, there must be something I can do on the program. Wait a second. Now that you're the star of the show, you'll need an announcer.
I've got an announcer.
You have? Well, who?
How do you do?
Bert Gordon, the mad Russian? Russian, you're a radio announcer?
Most absolutely. I just finished broadcasting a program for the Apex Dry Cleaning Company.
What kind of a program can you do for a dry cleaning company?
Spot announcement.
No, the Russian has a lot of experience in radio.
You are so correct. I have broadcast in every country in the world. Russia, United States, France.
Go on.
There's more.
What, there's more? Stop it, will you?
As a matter of fact, I was supposed to broadcast the program for General Benny.
General Benny? You call a General Benny?
His name is Myers.
An announcer, but Russian, what about your diction?
Oh, well, Eddie, I used to be an announcer before I was a star, you know. I can tell him all about diction. For instance, Russian. The English language is composed of vowels and consonants.
No way.
Look, I'm going to test your diction.
Very well.
Here is a simple speech exercise. How now, brown cow?
Come again.
How now, brown cow?
Pretty full. White bull.
Harry, you can say what you like, but the Russian knows nothing about speech.
My dear former employer, I will explain you the whole process of speech.
Explain.
You see, to produce speech, the diaphragm is squeezing the lungs, which are expelling air, which is going through the windpipe, passing over the vocal cords, and coming out through the mouth. Of course, there is a simpler method for producing speech.
What's that?
Phonograph record. Now, in speech, breathing is quite necessary.
Yes, without it you're dead.
That's very funny. That's very funny.
What? What's very funny?
Pretty full white bull.
You still haven't explained the theory of speech.
Let us suppose that I want to say the word hello.
Yeah?
In order to say that word, my diaphragm is squeezing my lungs. It is squeezing and squeezing and squeezing.
Why?
My girdle is too tight. So the squeezing causes my lungs to contract, thus forcing air through my windpipe. The air rushes across my vocal cords, across my tongue, into my mouth.
What comes out?
My teeth, they're not in tight.
Harry, this is the fellow you're going to let announce the program?
Well, why not? He's great.
You're even going to let him read the Pabst commercial?
Of course. Russian, go ahead. Read the commercial.
First, put me in the mood.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Fellas?
33 fine brews. Pabst! Blended into one great beer. Pabst! 33 fine brews blended into one great beer. Pabst!
Thank you. Now for the commercial. Friends?
Yes, go ahead now. Tell everybody how delicious Pabst Blue Ribbon beer really is. Tell them what a pleasure it is to dip your lips deep down into that lacy, cool foam.
Yes. Friends?
Yeah, and tell them how Pabst Blue Ribbon is blended splendid. How it contains never less than 33 fine brews.
Yes. Friends?
Yeah, and how it's never too dark and never too light. Made of the best malt and hops.
Yes. And it is.
And how delicious Pabst Blue Ribbon is with cold cuts or whatever you find in the icebox for those midnight snacks.
Yes.
And don't forget to tell them that you can order Pabst with confidence and serve it with pride. Well, Eddie.
Great.
You heard him. Wasn't he great, announcer?
Great. He's awful.
What's the matter? I sound too much like Harry Bunzel.
Harry, isn't there anything I could do on the program?
No.
Bunzel, I was just thinking. If you're the star of the show, and I'm the announcer of the show, who's going to be the Mad Russian?
How do you do? Oh, Harry, please, you can find a spot for me on this program. You and I are old friends. Why should we quarrel? Let's bury the hatchet and pass the peace pipe.
Pass the peace pipe?
Sure. A medicine man I met said, don't get yourself in a sweat. When things look gray, just shrug and say, it must have been something I ate. So if your temper's getting the top hand, all you gotta do is just stop and pass that peace pipe and bury the hatchet.
Like the Choctaws, Chickasaws, Chattahoochee, Chippewas do.
If you're feeling mad as a wet hen, mad as you can possibly get, then pass that peace pipe and bury that tomahawk.
Like those kitchen X, Derrick, full effects too.
Don't be cranky. Try to use a little restraint. Hold that hanky and wipe off all of that war paint. And if you find yourself in a fury, be your own judge and your own jury. Pass that peace pipe and bury that hatchet like the Choctaw, Chickasaw, Chattahoochee, Chippewas do.
Pull your ears in. Try to use a little control.
When the all clear's in, you'll be top man on the totem pole. So if you want to be an all-right guy, not a long-faced blues in the night guy, write that apology and dispatch it.
When you've quarreled, it's grand to patch it.
Pass that peace pipe and bury that hatchet like the Choctaws, Chickasaws, Chattahoochees, Chippewas.
And those Chickamax, Cherokees, the Fulton-Flex.
And those Chicoutamis, Chepachets, and Chickapees.
Cho-Cho, Chongos, Chattanooga, Chickaros.
Pass that peace pipe and make the world good as new. Harry Von Zell, what do you say? Am I back on the show?
No.
No?
No, look, Eddie, there's only one thing that we need on this show.
What?
A girl singer.
A girl... Harry, come here.
What?
Have you ever heard Hildegard sing?
Oh, yes, she has a glorious voice.
Have you ever seen Hildegard?
No.
Harry, I'm going to do something for you.
What?
You're a young comedian just getting your start. I'm going to get Hildegard to sing on your program.
Hildegard on my program? Oh, Eddie, after what I've done to you, I don't deserve it.
Yes, you do.
Really, Eddie, with Hildegard on my program, who knows how far I might go?
Or in what direction?
Oh, gosh, her voice just tears the heart out of me.
And your liver, your stomach, your...
Well, Eddie, where is she? Bring her in.
Okay. Hildegard, come in.
Oh, when do I start singing, Mr. Cantor?
Wait a minute. This is Hildegard?
Yes. Hildegard Hotzenfaber. Go on, sing, Hildy.
I wish I didn't love you so. My love for you should have faded long ago.
Oh, no.
Don't nobody move.
It's Babyface Moore.
So, Cantor, you thought you'd get away from me, huh? You'll pay for this, and stealing my moll, too.
You don't understand. I was trying to put her on my program.
Yeah, if that's the case, why ain't she singing?
That fat guy don't like my voice.
Yeah, that's right, that fat guy. Now, wait a minute, that's me.
What are you going to do about it, fat boy?
Oh, well, I'm going on a diet.
You're going to go with me. I was only going to take Cantor, but I can handle you, too, fatso. Now get going, both of you. Get going.
A fine finish.
I was doing the best I could.
You certainly fixed us both.
Well, I'm sorry.
Here we are. Now both of us are locked up in this old warehouse, and Pabst has no radio program.
Hey, that's right. All they can do now is put on a half hour of silence.
It could turn out to be the most popular program on the air.
Wonder what they are doing.
Let's turn on the radio and see.
I'd love to spend Thursday with you.
Oh, no! Friends, the world can't have peace of mind when there are people who don't have a piece of bread. Today is a feast day for us, and we're lucky, because millions of Europeans of all religions have nothing to swallow except their pride. We've got to feed the starving. Either we send food to feed or men to fight. Any Gold Star mother will tell you she wishes her contribution could have been food. It's much easier to raise, and it's replaceable when it's gone. Now, I'm not a military strategist,
But I believe that war starts in the stomach. I believe that if we have no weapon as powerful as generosity to show the world that when we say have a piece of turkey, we refer to a bird, not a nation. Eat less, ladies and gentlemen. Save food to save the peace. And friends, let's remember our wounded heroes by buying an extra Christmas gift when shopping. Just tell the clerk it's for a hospitalized veteran, and the department store will see that it's delivered. The gift these veterans gave us was paid for in blood. What are you willing to give? Give a gift to a Yank who gave.
This program is brought to you by the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Newark, New Jersey, and Peoria, Illinois. Written by Jay Summers and Jess Goldstein, produced and directed by Vic Knight. And sent your way with the best wishes of the Pabst Blue Ribbon dealers from coast to coast.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Hey, Andy, did you hear the whistle?
Sure do, Amos. That whistle means Rinso white, Rinso bright, Rinso new.
Yeah, that's right, and it means that this is Sunday and we was on the air for 1950 Rinso with Solium.
The Amos and Andy Show with Ernestine Wade, Lou Lubin, Johnny Lee, Willard Waterman, Jeff Alexander and his orchestra, and radio's all-time favorites, Amos and Andy. Yes, sir, the Amos and Andy Show, brought to you by Lever Brothers Company, makers of new 1950 Rinso with Solium, the soap that gets your clothes whiter and brighter than new.
Rinso white, Rinso bright,
Rinso new.
happy little wash day song.
Last year, at the Thanksgiving celebration at Sapphire's mother's house, George Kingfish Stevens surprised the 22 assembled relatives by getting to his feet and making the following irrevocable statement.
Yeah, folks, I'm telling each and every one of you sweet people that 1 year from today, you was all invited to my house for a big Thanksgiving dinner.
Well, another year has rolled around, and once again, the happy Thanksgiving season is here. And this morning, when Sapphire reminded the Kingfish of his invitation, he turned to his wife and said sweetly,
What, have them 22 vultures here for Thanksgiving? I won't have them. I'll commit suicide first.
George Stevens, you done invited them here, and they's coming. And that's all there is to it.
Well, now listen, Sapphire, we can't feed that mob of gluttons.
Gluttons? Why, at Mama's house last year, they all had perfect manners.
Perfect manners, huh? Why, when that food come on, they charge for the table like Notre Dame's backfield.
George, you're getting all worked up over nothing. If we get a 15-pound turkey, that'll be plenty.
Not if your mama's there, it won't. 15-pound turkey is just like one hors d'oeuvre to that old locust.
George, you can complain all you want, but you was the one that invited my relatives. Now, what you gonna do about it?
Well, maybe we can take them out to eat.
Take them out to eat? Why could you take 22 people?
Well, I might be able to make reservations at the Salvation Army. I don't know.
Now, listen, George, we're going to have dinner here at home, and you is going to provide the dinner, and that's final.
Well, now, wait a minute, Sapphire.
George, I want to start off the meal with a shrimp cocktail. Then salad, cranberry sauce, candied yams, mince pie, pumpkin pie, and a nice turkey.
Yeah, well, you're going to have to get a pretty light turkey because all I got is $1.25, I tell you.
George, Stevens, this is one thing you ain't getting out of. I ain't going to be embarrassed in front of my relatives. Now, you get out of here and find some way to get us a Thanksgiving dinner. There's going to be fireworks, and not because it's the 4th of July. Do you hear that, you no good loafing bum? I'm going to the bedroom.
Holy smokes, why did I have to marry a woman with a Dynaflow mouth? Well,
come on, Anna. Let's walk on down to the lodge hall.
Okay, Kingfish. You was really upset about your in-laws coming, ain't you?
Oh, yeah, Anna, yeah. I'm really in trouble already. I got a pre-motor Thanksgiving dinner by Thursday.
Yeah, well, with all them relatives coming, I guess you ain't got no alternative.
Well, I wish they'd never started this Thanksgiving thing in the first place. If them pilgrims had only stayed back in Siberia where they belong, we wouldn't be...
I guess that Paul Revere is as much to blame as anybody. Riding around town on a horse shouting, "The Pilgrims is coming."
Yeah, that's sort of thing, all right. Then on Thanksgiving Day, the Pilgrims asked all the in-laws to come in, and then they went out and shot turkeys for them.
Yeah.
That's where they made the mistake. If they had any sense, they'd have shot the in-laws instead. That would have been a nice custom to carry on through the years.
Hey, you know, Kingfish, if you was got to feed all them in-laws...
Hey, did you see the way that truck skidded around the corner?
Sure did.
Hey, wait a minute, Anna.
Now, where are you going, Kingfish?
A package just fell off the back of that truck. Let me get it.
Yeah, go ahead, get it. What is it, Kingfish? What you got?
Wait a minute, Anna. Wait a minute. There's a little hole in the wrapping paper here. Let me take a squint inside.
Well.
Andy, you won't believe what's in there. The hand of fate just slipped me a turkey.
A turkey?
Yeah, it's all cooked and everything. All you got to do is to heat it. Come on, Andy. Let's take it in the lodge hall here while I'll get my bearings here.
Yeah, let me see the thing.
Yeah, go ahead, peek through the little hole in the bag. Yeah, it's all done up in wax paper. Look at that.
Oh, look at there, boy. Here's a golden brown.
Yeah, come on in the lodge hall here and let's close the door. Well, Andy, that was a lucky break. And I can't take the turkey back because the truck went by so fast that neither one of us see the name on it to tell who the thing belongs to. You see, we can't.
It was Thompson's marker.
I say we can't. You got a dinosaur mouth, too, ain't you?
Listen, all I say was it was Thompson's market.
I didn't hear a word you say and stop hollering Thompson's market at me. Couldn't nobody see nothing.
The address was 487 West 135th Street.
Listen, Andy.
And the telephone number was Lehigh 59256.
Listen, Andy, did you ever hear the old saying, speech is silver and silence is gold?
Yeah, I hear that.
Well, why don't you put your big mouth back on the gold standard then?
All I can tell you is what I see with my own eyes. I seed the truck.
You know what happened to you, don't you?
What?
You done see the mirage.
A mirage? What is that?
Well, that's a common thing, Andy. Like when you was out on the desert. You see something there that ain't there, that's all.
Well, if it ain't there, how do you see it?
Well, binoculars.
Yeah, I never thought of that. That's right, yeah. But it's still kind of funny that I see the truck with letters on it nearly a foot high.
Yeah, funny, all right, yeah.
But you say that was a mirage that skidded around that corner, huh? Sure was a big one.
Yeah, well, Andy, there's bigger mirages than that.
There is?
Yeah, you take one of them steamships that cruises around the world that I heard about. It's one of them tropical islands in the Pacific. The passengers went ashore, danced with the natives, picked bananas off the trees, ate coconuts, and spent 2 glorious weeks at the place before they found out there was no island there at all.
Yeah, well, that sure makes this truck mirage look like nothing.
Oh, yeah, and now that I've convinced you that you didn't see what you saw, now let me figure out where I'm going to keep this turkey. I wonder if you would mind keeping it in your icebox, Andy.
Well, wait a minute here. What's the matter with that refrigerator you got, Kingfish?
Well, I tell you, Andy, I had a little difference of opinion with the electric company about 2 months ago, and they done severed my connections. That's what they done.
Okay, then, I'll keep it for you. But, Kingfish, I still don't think you're doing the right thing keeping the turkey that don't belong to you. That's liable to start bothering your conscience.
Well, Andy, I just convinced you that neither one of us know where it come from.
Yeah, well, I know that we don't know where it come from.
Yeah, well, then, what does you expect me to do?
Why don't you take it back to Thompson's Mirage on 135th Street?
Oh, me. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I ain't had a wink of sleep yet. I don't know why I can't sleep. All my problems are solved. I got that turkey and everything. Why can't I sleep?
I'll tell you why you can't sleep, George.
Who that?
It's me, George, your conscience.
Conscience, what did you bother me for now?
Oh, it's that turkey, George. You know it doesn't belong to you. It belongs to Thompson's Market. And mark my words, if you insist on keeping that turkey, you'll never be able to enjoy it.
I won't be able to enjoy that turkey. Conscience, you ain't got as much sense as I thought you had.
And another thing, George. It's little things like taking a turkey that doesn't belong to you that lead to bigger things. This may well be your first step toward a life of crime.
Yeah, but you don't understand, Conscience. On one side, there might be a life of crime. But on the other side, I'd have to face 22 of my wife's relatives without no turkey. They give Joan of Arc a better deal than that, you know.
All right, George, have it your way. But remember what I said about starting a life of crime. One of these days, you'll find yourself in a big gray building with bars on it.
You mean they'll put me in a...
Yes, and it won't be a mirage either.
Oh, no.
Happy little wash day song, for a wash that's whiter and brighter than new. Rinso washes, Rinso new, Rinso white.
Whiter than new,
Rinso bright,
brighter than new,
Rinso white, Rinso bright.
Rinso new.
Rinso new. It's an amazing fact. 1950 Rinso with Solium gets white clothes whiter, washable colors brighter than new. Rinso new. Even on rainy days, Rinso puts sunshine in your wash. No other soap can make your wash so white, so bright, because no other soap contains the scientific sunlight ingredient, Solium. 1950 Rinso gets out more dirt. Yes, gets out more dirt than any other type of wash day product. And yet Rinso is so safe for clothes, so kind to your hands. Get Rinso today. See your wash become whiter, brighter than new.
Rinso white, Rinso bright,
Rinso new.
happy little wash day song.
Oh, me. I don't know why I feel so tired today. I guess it's because I didn't get no sleep last night with that conscience bothering me. Well, come in, Shorty. Greetings of the holiday season.
Yeah, happy Easter. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. You can't. What day is it?
Well, Thanksgiving is the one I was talking about, Shorty. And I'm going to tell you something. I was in a mess about the thing, too. You see, I done something a little wrong. And all last night, a voice kept nagging at me, keeping me awake and making me miserable.
Yeah, Cantor. You ought to put a muzzle on that sapphire.
Yeah. No, Shorty, no. I tell you what, it was just my conscience that was bothering me.
What was that bothering you for?
Well, the gust of the thing is that I found a turkey, and, I didn't know what to do about it, so... my conscience wants me to return the thing, you see. And the thing that really got me, Shorty, is that my conscience said to me that a little thing like taking a turkey, just taking one turkey now, might lead to a life of crime. You think there's any truth to that, Shorty?
Oh, yeah. That's where it is in life. That's where it is in life, Cantor. The little things, he got the bigger things. Look what happened to my father.
Yeah, well, what happened to that?
One day, Papa, he went into a market, and while the clerk wasn't looking, he took a can of sardines, and the next day he took a jar of pickles, and from there he went on to take Swiss cheese, liverwurst, salami, smoked tongue, and whole ham.
Holy smoke! He took all that stuff. What finally happened to him?
Oh, well, he went to the police. He gave himself up to the detail. He decided to come clean with it, but he opened the delicatessen.
Oh, me. Oh, with that conscience bothering me half the night, I didn't get much sleep. I'm going to see if I can catch a little catnap on the sofa here. I'll lay down here in the lodge hall and take a little nap. Turkey leading to a life of crime. That's the craziest thing I ever hear. Oh. I better get some sleep here and forget about that crime stuff. After all, it can never happen to me. Life a crime. Life a crime.
Calling all cars, pick up George Stevens for turkey snatching. Calling all cars, pick up George Stevens for jewelry store robbery. Calling all cars, pick up George Stevens for armed bank holdup. Calling all cars, pick up George Stevens for blowing up Fort Knox. Shoot on sight.
All right, Stevens, come out of that alley. We got you covered.
I ain't coming out. You'll never take me. I won't confess. I won't confess. Where do I sign, fellas?
Gentlemen of the jury, you have reached a verdict in the case of the state of New York versus Mad Dog Stevens. Foreman Amos Jones, what is your verdict?
Well, we find the defendant guilty on all counts and recommend the death penalty.
Was the jury's decision unanimous?
Well, we had no disagreement except one there. 6 of us wanted to hang him and 6 of us wanted to burn him. Amos, you can't do this to me.
The prisoner will please stand in front of the bench while the judge pronounces sentence.
George Stevens, are you ready for me to pass sentence?
Well, where's Sapphire, the judge?
You have been duly convicted by a jury of 12 turkeys, and I hereby sentence you to be taken to Thompson's Market, where on January 15th at 8 o'clock in the evening you will be put to death in the electric chair. Tickets now on sale at the box office.
Oh, no, Sapphire. Not the chair, not the chair. Oh, it's you, Warden. Don't just stand there. Say something to me.
Hello.
Andy, you the warden.
Yeah, what about it?
Andy, you gotta help me. Look, they ain't fooling. They has already split my pants leg. What's next, Andy? What's next?
Well, we usual shaves the top of the prisoner's head, but you got a pretty clean job there today.
Warden, ain't there nothing you can do for me?
Well, I got a little surprise for you, Mad Dog. I was going to give you the juice at 8 o'clock, but I got you an hour's stay of execution.
Yeah, well, got some hope. What did I get to stay for?
Well, I'm going to watch television tonight, and I don't want the tube to go dim during Arthur Godfrey.
Oh, me. Why did I ever start off by taking the turkey?
Well, it's too late now. And I got to run along, too. I got to speak to the reporters that's going to cover the thing for the papers.
Yeah, what is you going to speak to them about?
Oh, I'm going to tell them to control their laughing and giggling during the festivities. All right, guard, you can bring in the prisoner's last meal.
Oh, me, my last meal. What is it, guard?
Well, it's going to be pork and it's going to be prime nice baked Virginia roast turkey with Thompson dressing.
No, I don't want no turkey. Take it away. Take it. Uh-oh. Oh, what a terrible dream that was. 2 minutes more and I'd have woke up dead. Oh, me. I don't know whether to give up the turkey or face them 22 relatives. I don't know what to do.
Hi, Kingfish.
Andy, you're just the man I want to see. You sure is a fine pal.
What's the matter, Kingfish?
Watching television while I'm sitting there burning in the electric chair. Andy, don't ever speak to me again.
This is Ken Carpenter. You know, friends, I'm not easily amazed, but here's something that never fails to impress me. A wash done with new 1950 Rinso turns out not just whiter, but whiter than new, and washable colors brighter than new, because only Rinso contains Solium. Now, it's a proven fact that no other soap can get your wash so white or color so bright. Your clothes turn out rinse-o new. Why, you know, even on rainy days, even if you have to dry your wash indoors, wonderful Rinso with Solium puts sunshine in your wash. 1950 Rinso gets out more dirt than any other type of wash day product. Yet Rinso is so safe for clothes, so kind to your hands. You better stop in at the store and get the economical giant size of new 1950 Rinso with Solium. And then see for yourself what an amazingly beautiful wash new Rinso gives you.
Well, I'll get on into Calhoun's office here. I got to do something about that turkey. I couldn't stand no more of them awful dreams. Hello there, Calhoun.
Be with you in a minute, Kingfish. I'm just dictating a letter here to my secretary. And so, gentlemen, if you will take care of this matter referred to above, I'm sure we can come to terms which will be mutually satisfactory. Yours very truly, Algonquin J. Calhoun.
Wait a minute, Calhoun. Who is you dictating this letter to? Ain't nobody here but the two of us.
Well, I'm a doggone. I keep forgetting that gal quit this morning.
Calhoun, the reason I come to see you, I really in a dilemma here today.
What's it about, Kingfish?
Yeah, well, now look, I found a turkey that didn't belong to me, and my conscience is telling me to take it back. So on one side, I got my conscience bothering me, and on the other side, I got a 15-pound turkey. Now, what would you do in a spot like that with a turkey?
Set the oven at 470 degrees and baste it every hour.
But you see, my conscience won't let me do it.
Well, tell me this. Does you know who really owned the turkey?
Well, I guess I does if I force it myself. Thompson's Market.
Well, the only thing I can see for you to do Kingfish, is to raise the money and then pay Thompson.
Yeah, but who I gonna raise the money from? That's the problem.
Well, Andy Brown is your best friend, ain't he?
Yeah, he's the best friend I got.
Well, what good is a friend if you can't jip him?
That's what I'll do. I'll figure out some way to get the money from Andy.
Well, if I don't see you for the next few days, Kingfish, I hope you have a very happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, thank you. Why are you eating Thanksgiving, Calhoun?
Well, you see, every Thanksgiving for the past 3 years, I've been taking the turkey up to my girlfriend's house. Yeah, boy, she really loves it. She always so grateful when I bring the turkey that she throws her arms around me and we smooch for an hour.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, but you know something? I got a faint suspicion that gal is cheating on me.
What you mean?
I looked in the icebox last night and there was 18 turkeys.
Well, I'll get in Anna's room here. That saying of Calhoun, what good is a friend if you can't jip him, sound like an old proverb of mine.
Come in. Oh, hiya, Kingfish.
Yeah, well, hello there, brother Henry. Glad to see you, old pal. Glad to see you. Well, what you doing sitting down in the chair there, brother Henry?
Oh, I'll be with you in a minute, Sheriff. You know, I've been walking around all day, and I just changed my socks.
Changing your socks, huh?
Yeah, I'm changing the right one to the left foot and the left one to the right.
Yeah, I guess, that's good already. Rotating the socks is a good idea. Yeah, then the hole don't always come up on the big toe, do it?
What you doing? Did you come up here to get your turkey out of my icebox?
Not yet, Andy, old pal, my friend. I just come up here to cheer you up, poor lonesome boy.
To cheer me up?
Yeah, let me put my arm around you here. I love you, Andy.
Yeah, I know.
You know, he and Sapphire was talking about you this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about how sad it is that you got to spend this gay holiday season all by yourself. You know, I got all choked up about it, didn't I?
You did, huh?
Oh, yeah. I blubbered so much at breakfast, I cried right in my plate.
Oh, man.
Yeah, my tears filled up all them little squares in my waffle I was eating. I tell you, it's a sad thing, Andy. You being all alone in this miserable room here.
Yeah, what is you driving at, Kingfish?
Well, Andy, I was extenuating you an invitation to have Thanksgiving dinner with us.
No fooling. You mean you want me to come up to your place for Thanksgiving dinner?
Yeah, Andy. I'm inviting you in consideration of our long friendship, our lifelong association, and a small sum of $15. Yeah.
$15? Mm-hmm. You know, Kingfish, when you start slapping me on the back, sooner or later your hand always slips down to my wallet.
Well, now, wait a minute, Andy. Think of what you're getting for your money. That $15 entitles you to a turkey, cranberry sauce, all the fixing, plus the love and affection of 22 genuine relatives. That's what you get.
The love and affection of 22 relatives.
Yeah, that's right. They'll maul all over you just like you was one of the family. Yeah, not only that, Andy, but your $15 entitles you to a ringside seat for the carving, too.
Ringside seat?
That's right, Andy. You'll be right up there with the breast and the second joint set. Not back in the bleachers with the stuffing and gravy crowd.
I tell you, Kingfish, I'd like to come, but tell you the truth, I only got a couple of dollars to tide me over the holidays.
Only got $2?
Yeah, that's all.
Well, you wouldn't enjoy it anyway, Andy. I tell you what, you just bring the turkey by 1 o'clock on Thursday, come to the back door, and then be on your way.
Yeah, but wait a minute, Kingfish. What was I going to do for Thanksgiving? I ain't got no place to go.
Well, the best thing for you to do is drop down to the mission. You liable to run into some other penniless bum down there, and the two of you can be thankful together. See you later. Happy Thanksgiving, man. Well, I done made an honest effort to raise the money to pay back Thompson's market. Now, it ain't my fault that Andy didn't have no money. I'll just keep that turkey, and my conscience is clear.
George?
Yeah. It's you again, Conscience.
You're not doing the right thing. Take that turkey back to Thompson's market.
Now, wait a minute now, Conscience. What are you making such a fuss about? After all, I'll be eating for you, too.
No, George. No, you've got to listen to me.
Well, now, listen. I'm going to do what I want to do.
All right, George, but mark my words. You'll never be able to enjoy that turkey. You'll never enjoy it.
What did that Conscience know? Anyway, I was in the clear. Even if Thompson didn't miss the turkey, ain't nobody going to find out I had it. When them 22 relatives get through with that bird, there ain't even going to be no caucus delecti. I know that. I see all the relatives is in there.
Oh, yeah, George. They all showed up, all 22 of them.
Yeah, there sure is a mess of them, all right. I just walked through the living room. They're all perched up there like a pack of timber wolves.
What time did you say Andy'd be here with the turkey?
Well, I told him to be over here at 1 o'clock. He ought to have been here 5 minutes ago. Hey, wait a minute. That's him at the back door now. Wait a minute. I'll open the door and let him in there. Oh, Brother Andy.
Hi, Kingfish. Hi.
Yeah, well, I see you got the turkey there. And my conscience said that I ain't going to enjoy this thing. Now, give me that turkey, Andy. You get on down to the mission before they run out of beans, Andy.
You know something, Kingfish? I've been thinking. The other day when you found this turkey, you say that truck that fell off was just a mirage?
Yeah, that's right, Andy. Mirages is a common thing, all right.
It certainly is. And you've got another mirage on your hands.
What you mean, Andy?
Well, this ain't no real turkey. This is one of them plastic jobs the market decorates the window with. Happy Thanksgiving.
You know what's just as good as a box of rinso for washing clothes?
Certainly. Another box of rinso.
Millions of women say there's nothing like rinso. And today more women use rinso than any other wash day soap in the world. 1950 rinso with Solium actually gets your white clothes whiter than new and washable colors brighter than new. Your wash is rinso new. Rinso is great for dishes, too. It makes the hardest part of dishwashing easier. Pots and pans really shine. Get the economical giant size Rinso with a red Solium label.
Good night, folks.
See you next Sunday.
next Sunday at the same time when Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Rinso with Solium, will again present the Amos and Andy Show.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner, gives you longer all-over protection after your daily bath. Remember, there's not just one or two, but 13 areas of the skin where doctors have found BO. Lifebuoy protects you all over, gives you top 24-hour security. Get Lifebuoy right away.
Be sure and listen to the Amos and Andy Show at this same time next Sunday. And stay tuned for the Edgar Bergen-Charlie McCarthy Show, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Read what they say about Chesterfield in daily newspapers covering all 48 states. It's for you and for me.
A. Always milder. B. Better tasting. C. Cooler smoking.
A, B, C.
Always by Chesterfield. They satisfy.
Oh, dreams from smoke rings.
While the
Chesterfield presents Arthur Godfrey Time. Yes, it's Arthur Godfrey and all the little Godfreys. The Mariners and Archie Blyer and his orchestra.
In the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, on the trail of the lonesome pine, on the farm again, where men are men, broadcasting from the chicken pen. My songs are a hit with the sows, and I find that I tickle the cows as I sit reclining in Virginia on the tail in the lonesome pine. Hello, everybody. Happy bellyache to you. I got a letter from Mrs. Gerald R. Parrish of Washington, D.C. She says, you seem to enjoy in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia so much, I thought you'd like to hear some alternate lyrics, which I learned as a child. Arch, give me that intro again. In the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia stood a cow on the railroad track. She was a nice old cow with eyes so fine, but you can't expect a cow to read a railroad sign. So she stood in the middle of the track, and the train hit her right in the back. You'll find her horns in the mountains of Virginia, and her tail on the lonesome spine. Look, I won't have you kicking my favorite song around like that now. Doggone, that's a pretty song. It's, well, here it is the day after Thanksgiving, and I got a sort of a far-away feeling. Reason is I can't crowd up any closer to the mic. I'm sitting here like a hibernating bear, wearing my old purple pajamas, trying not to breathe. These pajamas used to fit me, too, but today I got a bare midriff. Speaking of which, who was it gave me this? Jill Warren, wasn't it? Yeah, Jill Warren gave me an ad out of the New Yorker just before she left for the West Coast. Maybe you saw this ad about tuck-away pajamas. Tuck-away pajamas. You can tuck your shirt inside your pants, you see. It says it puts that daytime good looks into bedtime attire. It says no man, when dressed for bed, will ever match his wife's allure when she is similarly attired. But in these new, differently designed pajamas, he can preserve much of the civilized appearance that characterizes his daytime clothes. Do we really look so uncivilized in our pajamas, huh? It says by hanging the sleeves of the jacket like those of a suit coat and cutting the trousers just like smart slacks, we avoid entirely the scarecrow shapelessness of ordinary pajamas with their bow-legged trousers and flour sack coats, and afford worthwhile dividends of comfort and self-respect. Heavenly days. All these years I've had no comfort, no self-respect. My. It's amazing what you learn as you grow older, ain't it? Well, how did you all enjoy Thanksgiving? Did all right, huh? Jeanette, did something finally come your way?
You know, yesterday after the show, there were so many nice telephone calls that came in, people asking me to have Thanksgiving dinner with them that I couldn't acknowledge them all. But I never thought that anything like that would happen when I said I didn't have anything to do.
That ain't what you said. You said you didn't have a beat-up thing to do.
Well, at that time, I didn't. But it turned out real fun.
That's what I thought. Yes. We had quite a party here, quite a party. Archie said that the Thanksgiving party he went to last night was sort of nip and tuck all evening. Just took one nip and then tucked another. Down here, a fellow walked up to me at the party and said, "It's awful dull, ain't it? Let's go home." And I said, "It's dull, all right, but I can't go. I'm the host." And we sort of stuck around. We had stuffed olives here yesterday. You know what's a stuffed olive, don't you? It's a grape with a tail light. How about doing a little song for us, Jeanette, huh? Since you did so well yesterday. I heard you rehearsing a beautiful song. I want you to sing it specially for me. It's called You're the Apple of My Eye, My Dear, and Rotten to the Core.
I'm gonna sit right down and write myself a letter and make believe it came from you. I'm gonna write words, oh so sweet, they're gonna knock me off my feet. A lot of kisses at the bottom, I'll be glad I got them. I'm gonna smile and say, I hope you're feeling better, and close with love the way you do. I'm gonna sit right down and write myself a letter and make believe it came from you. Gonna sit right down and write myself a letter and make believe it came from you. I'm gonna write words oh so sweet, they're gonna knock me off my feet. A lot of kisses at the bottom, I'll be glad I got 'em. Gonna smile and say I hope you're feeling better, and close with love the way you do. I'm gonna sit right down and write myself a letter and make believe it came from you, and make believe it came from you.
Yes. Make believe it came from you. I would like to suggest that you do yourself just about the greatest smoking favor you can. Try Chesterfield's today, my friend. There's no kidding you. You really will be doing yourself a smoking favor when you smoke Chesterfield's. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you on account of why. Chesterfield always has the right combination of the world's best tobaccos. Always mild, ripe tobaccos for Chesterfield. That's why Chesterfield always give the 3 simple ABCs of smoking pleasure. A means always milder, B, better tasting, C, cooler smoking. And that's why Chesterfield's really satisfying. So make your next pack a fresh white pack of Chesterfield, and you'll see what I'm telling you is true. Chesterfield is really satisfying. And if you buy them by the carton, they're doubly satisfying. Hey, I got a very, very interesting letter from a Mr. E.J. Davis. Mr. Davis. That's an engineer in Chicago. Ain't no kin of yourn, is he, Jeanette?
No, my father's AC.
AC. Alternating current. This is Mr. E.J. Well, I thought maybe it could be kin. He lives in Chicago. That's where you're going today, ain't it?
Uh-huh.
What time you going to take off?
1:15 this afternoon. I'll get in at 4:05.
4:05.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you have yourself a good time. You're going to get another Thanksgiving dinner, too, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, marvelous. Well, this fella Davis, maybe you better look him up. He's an engineer out there, and he tells me his firm has developed a revolutionary machine for use in chicken houses. He says that in wintertime, most poultrymen keep the lights turned on in their chicken houses for a while before sunrise and after sundown. On account of chickens, they're used to putting in a 13-hour day in the summer, so it's really no extra strain for them. Now, the only trouble is, according to Mr. Davis, that when the hen house lights are suddenly turned out at night, the hens don't have time to get up on the roost. And then they fly up in the dark, and sometimes they conk their noggins doing it, and this impairs egg production. And it's confusing, too. See a chicken with an egg on its head, you can't tell which end is up. Well, now, this new machine will change all this. It's called an automatic sunrise and sunset duplicator, because it turns up the lights gradually, and then the hens wake up normally and start off the day feeling good. And at night, the hen house lights go off in 15 minutes of gradual dimming. This increases the output, according to Mr. Davis, and causes the eggs to be laid an hour earlier, same as I do when I'm on daylight saving time. I was going to get one of those new machines for my hen house, but I got a cheaper idea. I'll just get the band down here and have them play Let Yourself Go. Which reminds me, you boys have no doubt been working on the tune. How about a little thing called Sometimes I'm Happy? Archie Plyer and his boys. Cy Schaefer, the trombonist, went to a party last night dressed as a hula dancer.
Somebody slipped a piece of ice down his back and he won first prize, I hear. Got a note from a listener here. Says, Tuesday you said you wanted to do something new and different and you came up with a mystery. Says, I have another suggestion. Sometime, why don't you try comedy? You dear boy. All of them which laughed up there gets docked. Me. I see a couple down in Statesville, North Carolina, just had their second set of triplets. Imagine that. 2 sets of triplets. Wonder whether they're boys or girls. News item doesn't say. I guess it doesn't matter, though. 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Hey, listen. I have some helpful hints that I'd like to pass on to you in case you're not getting this program properly. From an article by Doris Dennison in the American Weekly. Miss Dennison begins by asking, are you sure you're getting the best possible performance from your radio? If you can't hear a program distinctly, she says it's probably for a lot of good reasons. Well, all I know is that this program is distinct when it leaves here. And possibly, says Miss Dennison, you are overloading your speaker. Boy, there's nothing worse than a speaker overloaded, huh? Excessively high volume puts undue pressure on the speaker, she says, and will eventually cause it to rattle, and in some cases to break down completely. Yeah, I remember one case where somebody turned up the volume on John Reed King. The whole house caved in. Another thing Miss Dennison says, sound has a way of disappearing. Heavy drapes, upholstered chairs, soft fabrics absorb sound. Long-handled underwear does the same thing. So get the upholstered chairs and children and long-handled ones out of the room and mop up the drapes. And when you have a choice as to where to put your radio, put it where it'll do the most good and no cracks. And since there aren't any chairs and nothing in the room anymore, you've cleaned it all out, just tip the speaker toward the floor so it'll blare at the people. Miss Dennison closes with a tip on tubes. She says a radio will often function even with some of the tubes worn out, but the reception will certainly be less pleasant. So if anybody thinks that this program is more unpleasant than it used to be, don't tell me your troubles. Put in some new tubes. Here are 4 lads who had a terrific Thanksgiving. They went to a party, too. When the hostess asked them to take off their masks, they had to confess they weren't wearing one. They've got quite a nice song for us, though. A very pretty song called When You Wore a Tulip and I Wore something, I forgot. Red Rose, actually. Red Rose.
You wore a tulip, a sweet yellow tulip, and I wore a big red rose. When you caressed me, 'twas then heaven blessed me, what a blessing no one knows. You made light cheery when you called me dearie, 'twas down where the bluegrass grows. Your lips were sweeter than julep when you wore a tulip, and I wore a big red rose. I met you in a garden in an old Kentucky town. The sun was shining down. You wore a gingham gown. Time has not changed your loveliness. You're just as sweet to me. I can't forget the days that used to be. When you wore a tulip, a sweet yellow tulip, and I wore a big red rose. When you caressed me, 'twas then heaven blessed me, what a blessing no one knows. You know that you made life cheery when you called me dearie, 'twas down where the bluegrass grows. Your lips were sweeter than the tulip when you wore a tulip, and I wore a big red
boys, that's wonderful. Oh, me, that's wonderful. What was that? When the guy went before the judge over in Baltimore the other day, he didn't say anything. He just handed His Honor a piece of paper that read as follows. Judge, Your Honor, I'll ask you, please, to give me a chance. I'm on bended knees. I was trying to help an unfortunate friend. Now my future on you, dear Judge, does depend. The judge didn't reply with a poem, but he did give the guy a sentence. 60 days. I'll bet a poem like that would have worked on the guy that handed me that fine for speeding over in Jersey that time. It was a poetic type of justice, if ever I saw one. Justice of the peace. I know just what he'd have said after he read that poem. He would have said, roses are red, violets are nifty. That'll be $27.50. And here is today's household hint from the New York Post. It is about ironing, so you'll want to try it next Tuesday. It says, make use of the iron's stored heat. Turn the dial to off before you're quite through and iron the little odd pieces which need little heat. That's the end of the hint. I suppose by little odd pieces they mean things like rumpled shoelaces and quilt patches, damp dry cleaner tags, that sort of thing. Incidentally, if you use old-fashioned flat irons, don't bother turning that dial off. It reminds me of the story of the vacuum cleaner salesman. You remember that story? He was given a home demonstration for a prospective customer. He hauled out a large paper bag and proceeded to scatter the contents all over the lady's beautiful living room rug. Mud, gook, dirt, anything, all kind of stuff in there. And he made an awful mess of it. And then he said, now, madam, I'll eat every bit of this stuff that this vacuum cleaner doesn't pick up. The lady turned and started out of the room, and the salesman said, where are you going? She says, I'm going to get the salt and pepper. You see, we don't have any electricity. Yeah, Thank you, Archie. I'm glad you got that one. Will you kindly explain it to the rest of the cast this afternoon? I have there's quite a song I wanted to do for you this morning. What the heck? I've forgotten the words. Now, if I can just forget the melody, it'll save everybody a lot of grief, won't it? I tell you what, instead of that, let's have Jeanette Davis sing a beautiful thing called Solitude. In the Solitude.
In my solitude, you haunt me with reveries of days gone by. In my solitude, you taunt with memories that never, never die. I sit in my chair, I'm filled with despair. No one could feel so sad. With gloom everywhere, I sit and I stare. I know that I'll soon go mad in my solitude. I'm praying, dear Lord above, send back my love. I sit in my chair, I'm filled with despair. No one could be so sad. With gloom everywhere, I sit and I stare. I know that I'll soon go mad above. Send back my love.
Very, very nicely done, Jeanette. Thank you, honey. You go ahead now and get on your way to Chicago. Have a nice trip. See you Monday. Say, you've heard me speak of Cedric Adams, the columnist on the Minneapolis Star. Well, Cedric has discovered a new and unique movie theater out in Milton, North Dakota. This new movie is a theater at night, and during the day, it's an undertaker's establishment. Yeah. I bet you that's one place that nobody ever asked for a box seat. Personally, I think the combination ought to work out pretty swell. The way these movies have been lately, they could show one at night and then take it out and bury it the next morning, you know. Can't you just see the advertising on the marquee? See our sensational new comedy. It'll kill you, we hope. My gags would get all the biggest laughs on this show if it wasn't for the way Schaefer dresses, doggone it. Say, I have a letter here from, what'd you do, explain it to him, Arch? I don't know. Who knows what he wears? Well, I told you about what tobacco farmer Claude Whitehead had to say about the pleasure that comes from smoking Chesterfields, huh? There are thousands of smokers who smoke nothing but Chesterfields every single day. And there are some darn good reasons why so many smokers are satisfied with Chesterfields. Just like I tell you, Chesterfields always give you the right combination of the world's best tobaccos. Always the mild, ripe tobaccos for Chesterfield. And in the second place, this Chesterfield blend and these Chesterfield tobaccos always give you those ABCs. A, always milder. B, better tasting. C, cooler smoking. So why don't you try them today, huh? Do me a favor, will you? And you will do yourself a great service. Buy yourself a carton of Chesterfields today, and by the time you've finished them, you'll be a dyed-in-the-wool Chesterfield fan from now on. How about another song out of the Mariners? Got time, boys? Huh? Sure you have. Hurry up. Whiffenpoof song.
Tables down at Maurice, to the place where Louis dwells, to the dear old temple bar we love so well. Sing, the whiffenpoofs assemble with their glasses raised on high, and the magic of their singing cast its spell. Yes, the magic of their singing, oh, the songs we love so well. Shall I wasting and the horning and the rest? We will serenade our Louis while life and voice shall last. Then we'll pass and be forgotten with the rest. We'll poor little lambs who have lost our way. Ba, ba, ba. We're little black sheep who have gone astray. Ba,
nice day, will you? Take good care of yourselves. Be the good Lord willing, we'll see you again on Monday. This is Arthur Godfrey saying bye-bye for Chesterfield on CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.